Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move. Move.
I'm saying no. Why you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir? Stop.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list.
Turn off.
I am not a church boy.
Turn off.
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, this is Russell Dobular coming at you from fabulous, sunny New York City. And I am joined tonight by our old friend Tusker, an OG dissident, once again stepping up, helping our comrades out, while Keaton is actually, he is so vacationing that when I told him what stories I was doing today, he didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. He didn't know. He didn't know. I told him, yeah, we'll do the Iran letter. He was like, what's that?
What's on?
I was like, all right, man. All right. You're doing it. You're doing it.
That sounds like a good 40th for his lovely wife.
Sounds like the kind of 40th where she woke him up with a knife to his testes and said California and nothing else.
He was so on vacation that I had a power outage last night with an estimated time of fixing to be today at midnight. And I was trying to explain to Russell, well, my power will be out. I have enough battery packs to power my light here and my phone. So everything would have been completely dark. And Keaton said, show must go on. Tusker could do it.
Yeah.
He wasn't even willing.
He did. So that is good to see, man. I honestly, for his sake, I wish it were going to be longer, but at least the cat finally took a vacation. And he seems to be taking it seriously, either by his own volition or his wife's insistence. But either way, he seems to have checked out somewhat.
Good for him.
To some extent.
Yeah, good for him. It's been a long time since it's been you and me. I've done a few where it's me and Keaton, but it's been quite a little while since it's been you and me.
I think when he had his baby was the last time.
Yeah, I think that was the last time.
Which that's like a couple of years now. So you had a thunderstorm down there. You had a power outage, and it's my bad. I stereotyped. When I talked to Keaton, I was like, "Listen, man, it's Arkansas, so who knows when the power is going to be back on?" But boom, right?
Yeah, in the morning, yeah. All up and ready to go. But I was worried about it because most of the time whenever they give the estimates, it actually is longer than what the estimate actually is. So I was like, ooh, I was going to have to go over to my parents and post up and all that stuff. So
all right.
Worked out well.
All right. So we're going to start off today with a story we're calling Where's the Beef? If you don't get that, well, you don't get me, man. You don't get me. Did you get that, Tusker?
Probably not. Where's the beef now?
Yeah, you're too young. My olden's got it. That was I don't even know if this happens anymore. I think the society is too fragmented for a TV commercial to become like the thing. Or maybe not. You know what that was? It was a TV commercial that today you would say it went viral. So maybe those phenomena just come from like an Instagram post now. They just don't, people don't watch enough commercials. They don't watch enough of that type of TV. There was a famous ad for, I think, Wendy's, where this old woman, I still remember her name, Clara Peller, became this superstar. She was just a little old lady, and the whole bit was her looking at the hamburger going, "Where's the beef?
Where's the beef?" Okay.
Where's the beef?" And that became the punchline. Every sitcom had to work that punchline in. It was Wendy's, right? Wasn't it Wendy's? People like, was it Yeah, it's a Wendy's commercial. Yeah. I'm right. Where's the beef? I should see if I had time to do an intermission, I could have cut that in.
Could have done Where's the Beef. Would have been perfect.
Okay, so
All right,
here we go.
where's the beef? Let's figure it out. Let's get down to it.
Here we go. Where's the beef? All right, so I want to give you a timeline first. All right, so this happened in March. China rejected 22 tons of meat from Argentina after finding chloramphenicol. Yeah, okay. An antibiotic banned for human consumption for 30 years and suspended exports from one of Argentina's main meatpacking plants. Now, this is from Merriweather Farms, which, as you might recall, was a big supporter of Donald Trump's. Chloramphenicol is banned in the U.S. because it can cause fatal aplastic anemia in humans. But don't worry, the U.S. has increased beef imports from Argentina without implementing mandatory country of origin labeling requirements. So now, if you remember, towards the end of last year, there was a little showdown with Trump and the ranchers because he said he was going to start buying beef from Argentina, and then he kind of backed down on it. So now this was right at the beginning of August. 30,000 pounds of imported raw beef from Argentina has been recalled after failure to reinspect following its arrival in the United States. This comes after the USDA's Food Safety and Inspection Service lost 9% of its staff last year during the Trump administration's DOGE cuts. Okay. Curiouser and curiouser. Now, most of us have been raised on the idea that Argentinian beef is some of the world's greatest beef, but apparently that's not the case anymore. So it's from Level Scio. I told you guys before, Argentinian meat is one of the worst in the world. Their farms switched from free-roaming grass-fed beef to factory-farmed feedlots like America. None of it is original great Argentinian meat that they were famous for 30 years ago. Uruguay still has free-roaming grass-fed beef and free-roaming Nazis, from what I hear. They still have that in these little Germanic hilltop towns there. So that's your background here to Donald Trump dropping this banger. Today, I concluded a deal to substantially lower the price of ground beef for working American families. As everyone knows, under President Biden, beef prices soared at their fastest rate, and the American beef herd fell to its smallest size in modern history. As we work to rebuild this herd and help our ranchers for the next 90 days, the United States will allow up to 300,000 metric tons of product for ground beef to be imported with no out-of-quota tariff. That was way too complicated a sentence for me to believe he wrote that. I think Besant wrote this for him. We have a commitment that this beef will be sold at 25% below current market prices. This deal will reduce prices for Americans while giving space for our great American beef herd to grow again. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. All right, now Merriweather Farms, not too crazy about this idea. One word response: betrayal. Now, Admiral of Aotearoa says, eat shit, and reminds people this was them in July 2025. Dear President Trump, we love you. We support you. We congratulate you on the historic passage of the big, beautiful bill. And, Here's another one from October. This is when they were having the little back and forth there on beef imports. We love you and support you. That seems to be their customary sign-on with him. But this is not at all a gay-coded movement. Not at all. But your suggestion to buy beef from Argentina to stabilize beef prices would be an absolute betrayal to the American cattle rancher. And a little later, after Trump backs down, to the unhinged leftists wishing that we go out of business for supporting Trump, we regret to inform you that our sales are up 108% this week. Laugh emoji. Thank you to all the patriots who have been supporting us and to the new ones who have discovered us recently. All of our customers mean the world to us. And Cinco for Heisman. What happened? What happened? What happened? And FemShep. Leopards eating faces and stuff. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You could have seen that coming. So here's a fella who's getting used to the feel of the leopard chewing his face off. This is a cattle rancher explaining things. This is honestly one of the best things about getting to do this a couple times a week. You learn so much doing a newscast because I've learned so much about cattle ranching from working on this story, like the way they have to hold back the heifers for the herd and managing the herd size. Not something you would really know about if you're not from that kind of a background. But here he is kind of explaining some of the consequences of this.
Well, let's talk about it real quick. Right out of the gate this morning, we got an announcement from the administration about, cattle, beef prices. They're going to import a bunch more box beef, ground beef, scrap cuts, that's what I call them, and hopefully bring down the price of ground beef in the store for y'all. We've seen a market crash for live cattle that people like myself grow and take to the processing plants or go down through the system. That's dropped 40 cents a pound already just from that plant closure. Now this morning, the markets are crashing. But will your price change? So far, we have not seen that. We have not seen that. And at what expense to you? I'll tell you what expense to you. This is the opposite of what needs to happen. We're not going to retain heifers and build a herd when we can have, the stroke of a pen drop our price to where we don't make a profit anymore. And honestly, that's where we stand. We finally begun to make a profit and all hell breaks loose. People can't handle it. I guess, because beef is high in the store. I get it, beef is high in the store. Look at what else is high in the store. Look at what's high for the rancher and the producer. Fuel, land, labor, all of it. Mm-hmm. You got a $9 latte, but $7, $8, $9 a pound for ground beef is too much, right? Now you're going to get stuck with shitty ground.
To be fair, everyone has to eat food. Only assholes need a $9 latte, so it's not really an apt comparison. The families worried about paying for ground beef are not the same families buying the $9 lattes.
Yeah. And also everyone should just chill out on avocado toast.
And we won't rebuild the herd, and you're going to lose more ranchers, and in the long run, you're going to lose everything. Because where there are cattle, there is freedom. And when these disappear, so does your freedom. I don't think this is going to work out like they hoped.
Okay, now, at first blush, you might say, what the hell is he talking about with freedom? And in the grand sense of that word, yeah. But in terms of food independence, this guy might be onto something. Now, Classy Tom Massie is saying this is really about the fast food industry. So this tweet from Hannibal 999 kind of lays this out. This is what I mean. This stuff I really didn't know anything about. Warning: this is a stealth bailout for the meat companies. It's a $555 million stealth subsidy to the multinational beef packing industry and fast food lobby. The administration is waiving $554.4 million in tariffs to funnel cheap frozen beef to McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King, not to lower the price of ground beef at your local grocery store. The fast food industry is facing severe margin compression and consumer pullback due to inflation. This executive order is a stealth bailout for quick service restaurant corporate margins disguised as grocery price relief for working families' meat counter. And here it really gets into this whole question of what you need to maintain cattle herds. The only way to rebuild a cattle herd is for ranchers to hold back heifers, young females, for breeding instead of sending them to slaughter. When ranchers do this, supply tightens and feedlot prices go up. If you flood the market with cheap imported beef, even for 90 days, what happens to U.S. ranchers? Live cattle futures drop. NCBA CEO cattle markets, quote, cattle markets have already turned sharply lower this morning. Ranchers who are holding out, trying to rebuild the herd, see prices drop. Their margins, already squeezed by drought and feed costs, collapse. What do ranchers do when prices drop and feed is expensive? They liquidate the herd. They sell their cattle to slaughterhouses at lower prices to stop the bleeding. If ranchers liquidate, the U.S. cattle herd gets even smaller. Who controls the slaughterhouses? The packer monopoly, as Senator Tim Shea called it. JBS Brazilian, Tyson Cargill National Beef. If domestic herd liquidates, ranchers sell off their cattle to the big packers. The packers get cheap domestic cattle. They pair it with the cheap imported beef from their parent companies or alliances abroad. JBS is Brazilian. They basically control the Brazilian meat export market. JBS stands to make an absolute killing. They can source cheap beef tariff-free from Brazil through their own supply chain, blend it with domestic beef, and sell it at a marginal discount while pocketing the massive tariff waiver savings. And if the domestic herd drops further, eventually the U.S. will be structurally dependent on imported beef forever. The U.S. will lose its food security. If you destroy the domestic cattle herd, you consolidate power over the U.S. meat supply into the hands of a few multinational monopolies, JBS, Brazilian-owned Cargill, etc. These monopolies can then dictate prices indefinitely. Meanwhile, Trump gets a temporary 25% optics drop in grocery store ground beef for the 60 days leading up to the November election. He saves the GOP House and Senate. I think it would take more than that. Once the domestic herd is liquidated, cows are slaughtered, they're dead. It takes 3 to 5 years to rebuild a herd, gestation plus raising to maturity. So this 90-day window permanently sets back U.S. beef independence by years. This is a massive transfer of wealth from U.S. taxpayers to the meatpacking monopoly and foreign agricultural giants, specifically JBS in Brazil. So, this seems to be backed up by an article he included from CNBC. Almost all beef that is meant to be used for grinding beef, which comes from Australia or Brazil, is frozen, and a large portion of that goes to food service operations, mostly fast food companies. Now, knowing this administration and their for-profit personal enrichment shenanigans, that tracks to me. Why is he doing this? Why is he doing this? Why is he all of a sudden doing this with beef, especially when it's very unlikely to really impact prices at the grocery store? And certainly, in spite of what the poster says, not going to change the trajectory of the midterms, even if it did drop the prices of beef. People are going to see that as the gimmick that it is. Now, perhaps even more disturbing, Trump was asked where the beef is coming from. He was literally asked, where's the beef?
Where's the beef?
The growth will take care of that very easily.
Mr. President, 700.
Question about it.
Mr. President, on the beef deal, which countries did you make that deal with? What are the sources
which
of
deal?
The beef deal?
I don't want to say which countries, but there are a few countries.
Why not?
But they're going to be sending in the highest quality beef, and it's something that we need.
So, this is not what you want to hear when you've just had tons of Argentinian beef rejected by China for being poisonous. And you've just had not properly inspected Argentinian beef rejected by the United States. 1 week, literally 1 week after that. I don't want to say where it's coming from. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Department of Deportations. It's going to be the Argentinian beef that was just rejected by China for being laced with neurotoxic and carcinogenic antibiotics, isn't it? That would be my bet. Molly Plufkins. Earlier this week, we learned the Trump administration is killing hundreds of wild horses. Today, Trump announced a mysterious deal to import 300,000 metric tons of foreign beef. Hopefully, these are unrelated events. Yeah, this was a big story this week from the Times. Under Trump, protected wild horses are going to slaughter. A little bit from that article. The horses were packed into echoing metal trailers and trucked 1,800 miles east to the pens of a hard luck livestock trader in Ohio named Brandon Jones, who bought them for $25 each. A day later, 2 double-decker cattle trucks pulled up at midnight, loaded the Mustangs, and quickly drove off into the night. From there, the Mustangs disappeared. They never appeared at a public auction. The trader won't say where they went. Wild horse advocates suspect the horses were shipped to slaughter. Not what you want to hear, right, when mystery meat is being introduced into the food supply. And here is one of our equine friends warning you. Do not eat the Trump beef. Do not eat the Trump beef. Lucifer, will you be eating Trump's horse meat? Yay or nay?
See what he did there?
Look, I did a pun. I'm doing it for the K-Man in his absence. All right, so that is very disturbing. That deep dive, given the particular corruption of this administration, that makes sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me they're doing this to try to bring down beef costs. It would be such a drop in the bucket, and it's going to piss off the ranchers so much that support him. If anything, electorally, that's devastating for him to get that part of the country angry right before an election. So why would he do it? Why would he do it? That tracks for me. That he made some kind of deal with the big meat packers to destroy the American ranching industry. That's what I think it's about.
I think that you're probably correct in that. Also, if you were reading what that article was saying or what that tweet was saying, it was talking about giving this over to the big meat packers, i.e. monopolies. So actually capitalism is working just as it is intended to work, in that it's more important for capitalism and who Donald Trump actually works for, which is oligarchs, to essentially destroy the local industry, give more power to the monopolies, more profits for the monopolies, et cetera, et cetera. So once again, capitalism is just working as designed. The American people, the constituents, all of that type of stuff get hosed, and the monopolies get richer and richer and have more of a stranglehold over the market and more of a stranglehold over competition.
Yep. All right. We're gonna move
and also,
on to...
before we move on from that, as part of that horsing, as just the Mustangs and stuff.
Oh yeah.
One of the things that drove me crazy about that is that if you read the article, it costs the American government about $3,000 to capture these Mustangs. Then they're being sold to this guy for $25. Then he makes a profit. He can sell those horses for $750 to indeterminate, probably gruesome ends.
Right.
So it's actually costing American taxpayers way more money to capture these horses so that then they can be sold to a private business owner on the cheap to where he can make profit. Fucking gross.
Yeah. And actually, the article gets into the whole loophole that they're relying on, because you're still not allowed to slaughter them even after they're sold. But as long as this guy is not told that they're going to be slaughtered, he's not liable. So he could just tell him, hey, buddy, I don't want to know what you're going to do with them. And that's it. That's it. And it looks like they're being brought up to Canada, which surprisingly, it's still legal to do that up there. I mean, hey, we definitely, Dennis Leary used to do a bit about animal auditions where he say, we only care about the cute ones. Right. So it's true. Like in a lot of the world, they eat horse, like China, where it just was.
Sure.
They had horse on a lot of Vietnam. If you go into the north, they have horse on the menu. We just don't. And these particular horses, because for us, they have almost a secular, mystical quality. They're part of American heritage, the wild Mustangs. That's really a big part of what that ban is about. But yeah, I mean, this administration is just comically evil, like mustache twirling comic book villain kind of evil. Like you see a story like that, it's like, of course they decided to start selling the Mustangs to slaughterhouses. Of course they did, because of who they are.
We got the buffalo a long time ago. Might as well be the last of the wild horses.
Now, I didn't have time to look into it, but I did see trending last night that a Colorado rescue with a lot of land offered to take them. So hopefully no more horse sausage in Toronto. All right. So we're going to move on to some super chats here. Let's see what we got. Mr. Da Silva, I thought your beef was beautiful. It's weak. It's weak beef. Kuznetsky was saying aplastic anemia, chloramphenicol side effect is no joke. The marrow produces 0 blood cells. Know anything about that, Tusker? You're a medical professional. I don't work in that, but essentially aplastic means a lack of, so you're not getting cell regeneration. So that sounds correct to me. It's a lack of blood cell production. That's good enough, man. You're on my zombie survival team. That's all I needed.
Okay.
Vienticus Prime. Everything's a scam. Everything's a lie. Everything's hypocrisy. And so you don't comply. But what if you do comply? Eric Rousseau. So Keaton going to drop the pizza for tacos while in LA? Tacos over pizza? I mean, you should when you're out there, because that fucking pizza is nasty. Whoops, sorry about that. I had a pizza not too far from Jimmy's house. And okay, this kind of pizza really does not exist in New York. There's like a kind of pizza you'll get in some places where it just doesn't taste like anything. It's like it has that chewy cheese consistency, but the cheese is flavorless and the sauce is flavorless. It's just it's like you're chewing just something. It's like it's almost like gum.
That's what pizza in Arkansas
is. It's like flavorless gum.
Oh, we got down here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we just got chains and stuff like that.
I mean, I don't blame other places for that. I told a guy when I was in New Orleans, he was barking pizza on Bourbon Street. I was like, listen, man, I'm from New York. I don't start telling people go over here for a poor boy. Don't tell me to buy a pizza in New Orleans. Vienticus Prime. Speaking of beef, you heard of this Wagyu thing people have been hyping? People are saying it's some high quality meat. Wagyu is a Japanese word. It means Japanese beef. I have had it. You know, like yeah, it's very good, but you can get other cuts of beef that are just as good. Abiding. Now that JD Vance is cooked for 28, well, I got a segment on that. We can have Russell do a deep dive foray into AOC's purchase of braiding sweetgrass and Gavin's solemn rereading of Democracy for the Few. I don't even know about that. You know about that? You know what they're talking about there, Tusker?
No, I don't, unfortunately.
I'm not even up on that, Abiding. All right, one more. Eric Cousseau, shocking. McDonald's owns Trump as well. Keep eating that poison, Mr. President. Yeah, I don't know, man. It just seems to be making them stronger.
I don't know. Maybe McDonald's would be selling horse burgers to the IDF for giving them away.
Yeah, I do not. I have not. Okay, McDonald's, I was never one to eat a lot of it. I would just eat it like twice a year, but now we're all boycotting it. So I haven't had McDonald's in like at least 2 years, maybe 3 years. It's one of those things you grew up on it. Every now and then you just want it as comfort food. But yeah, it's pretty
nostalgia or something.
I always thought they should have a warning label on the side of the Big Mac. Do not operate any heavy machinery. You know, you eat that shit, you got to take a nap. All right. So here's a piece we call Only Nixon Can Go to Florida. So you probably heard Angie Nixon, who nobody was talking about. Nobody knew who she was. You know, it's kind of like when AOC won, you know, people in the progressive space were all about it. And if you remember, I can't remember the particular reporter from the national press who literally tweeted out, I don't even know who this person is. Who are they? What happened here? I have to go do my research now. Everyone was kind of like that with her. Like she got no coverage at all, I think, because nobody thought she could actually win that election, and she just got no attention at all.
Although I'm not going to lie, I didn't hear about AOC until she won the primary. I was not watching that at all.
She was on, as I recall, like she was in the outlets that the Sanders left were following, like Young Turks at that time. I'm almost positive they boosted her. So she was getting that kind of attention in those spaces. Yeah, obviously in New York, people were more aware of her. But this just completely slipped under everybody's radar.
Yeah.
So how'd she do it? Nixon pulled off the win without endorsements from the left's top figures, Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Yeah, she only backs people if she's sure they're going to win. And then she'll back them the night before. Instead, her endorsers included Representative Maxwell Frost, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and Ayanna Pressley, plus a deep roster of Florida elected officials. Vindman spent more than $2 million on advertisements in the primary, while Nixon spent less than $60,000, according to the ad tracking firm Ad Impact. In a state as big as Florida, $2 million doesn't even pay for a week's worth of stateside advertising that can move the needle for a little-known newcomer like Vindman. He raised over $16 million, and she raised less than $1 million total for the campaigns.
That's crazy.
Nixon had less money, but she had something Vindman's national fundraising couldn't buy: an organizing base and years of relationships inside Florida. She was already well known in Jacksonville, a major media market packed with Democratic voters, and ran up the numbers, winning 80% of the vote. Her strength traveled farther than expected. She posted big vote totals in liberal college towns, as well as in Orlando and South Florida, including, most surprisingly to Florida's political hands watching the returns, in Miami-Dade. Yeah. And why is that a surprise? Because, see, it's funny having a Gentile on the show tonight. because I can make these jokes, and you're going to be like, how do I react to that? So it's kind of like in Goodfellas, where she says about Florida, it's like you died and went to Jew heaven. It's kind of Miami-Dade, so I think that's why they're surprised. Nixon spent years cultivating a brand of confronting Republican power. She first won office by defeating a conservative, anti-abortion Democratic incumbent, then became one of the Florida House's most visible antagonists of Governor Ron DeSantis, helping lead a 2022 sit-in during a redistricting fight, and then bringing a pink bullhorn this year to the latest remapping. In 2023, she introduced a Gaza ceasefire resolution that the Florida House rejected 104-2. So, if these people like AOC or Bernie went on principle, they would have backed her anyway, even if it was a lost cause, but they don't play like that, especially AOC. She's all about the margins.
She's very much about her brand. Very much.
Yep. She wants to keep her batting average high. Okay, so this has made the rounds and caused a lot of back and forth. So we'll talk about some of these controversies around her, and we've been talking a lot about the show, obviously, in this midterm season. It's a very confusing time here in the Republic. For a lot of people. All right, so she was asked about whether she's a socialist.
That you have to go. Congressman Jolly says he is a capitalist. Would you call yourself a capitalist, or do you reject capitalism?
I live in a capitalistic society. I'm a small business owner. I like to make money. I don't see what the problem is.
So are you a capitalist?
I'm a capitalist who believes that we need some strong regulation.
Okay. All right. And will you campaign with David Jolly? Are you planning to campaign with him?
I don't have a problem campaigning with anyone on the Democratic ticket that is for actually having quality health care, that's for actually expanding access to universal child care. I want people who want to improve the quality of life for all Floridians. I'm sorry, I am still operating on a minimum amount of sleep, but I am out here just, talking to people. I'm super excited. Look, y'all, it doesn't have to be this way. I believe that hardworking, everyday people should get to shape what our communities look like and what our economies look like. Instead of this billionaire class that is actually running the show, I'm ready to put the power back in the hands of the people.
All right. Well, I know that you probably have not slept.
All right. It's just a few comments here. Power mapping. At least PSL can say they have a rigorous poly-ed and recruitment vetting process, LOL. Half the time, DSA is providing a liberal laundering service to the Dem establishment at this point, while pantomiming taking over the party. If your members don't even spend 2 seconds identifying as socialists and standing on their purported principles after the primary, and instead immediately mask off as petite bourgeois capitalists, you're not even functioning as a socialist organization, much less party. I'm sorry. Like, what are we doing here? Putative American communists and socialists are so woefully unprepared for what's coming, it's not even funny. And our friend Nick Cruz here says, someone explained to me how DSA is a socialist organization when they consistently elect capitalists while organizing within a capitalist party. They're just aspiring managers of capitalism. If socialism is such a dirty, unpopular ideology, why do they hijack it? All right, so seemingly kind of in response to, I'm going to toss to you, but seemingly in response to this was, I believe this morning, this is local Florida TV. She was asked about DSA and why she joined. All right. And Ryan Grimm says, I think rightly, this answer probably applies to many thousands of DSA members, which kind of goes to what Nick is saying. How is it a socialist organization? Now, before I toss to you, just to clarify terms here, because I think there's a lot of confusion around this. A lot of people say they shouldn't really identify as socialists first. They're democratic socialists, which means by definition, I think people hear this and they don't know what it means. By definition, that means you believe that the system of capitalism is reformable through voting. You can elect enough socialists into office that you can reform the system. Whereas classically, the difference between democratic socialists and socialists and communists was the belief that you need to violently overthrow the system, that there is no voting your way out of it. Now, I say classically because I think there are very few socialists or communists today, at least in public, are willing to admit that. And I think legitimately a lot more would hesitate to co-sign that than in the 19th century. So I don't know if that's as hard a rule. You would know better than I would. But what are your thoughts on that? And then
as far as the democratic socialism thing, yes, you are correct. It's the simple fact that you believe that the bourgeois state apparatus can be molded to fit a socialist agenda, which is different than what we consider classic socialists or communists. And then also to the point of, identifying yourself as a socialist or a communist or anything like that, I'll often hear things like that. Well, I mean, shouldn't we be afraid of the term socialism or afraid of that type of stuff because they think a certain way about it? To me, one of the reasons why I always came out and identified as what I am, which is a communist, is because I think that whenever you start switching terms and pretending to be something that you're not, then you're lying to the American people. You're lying to the American people about what it is that you believe in and what it is that you stand for. So she said, oh, I'm going for the DSA because they're fighting for healthcare. Okay, well, if all of those things are things that you think are important to fight for from the American people, then why not just call yourself a socialist? What's the problem with that? You just don't want to have to defend the stink of the name of socialism. Okay, well, then that means that you're probably not as big as a fighter as what the American people need if you're not willing to defend your own principles.
Now, what do you think about that statement about the PSL having a stricter membership requirement?
I would agree with that. I think that that's important. I've also seen, conversations that have happened. I watched a full interview that Brianna Dragray did with one of the DSA members. And one of the questions that Bree asked her was, have you guys considered a more democratic centralism method, which is really what the PSA is following. It's more about democratic centralism and how you organize under a democratic centralist method. So, you have to have a certain amount of education, you got to do these classes, the voting's different, you follow the party line. So you wouldn't have these individuals going out there and speaking against the DSA if you had a more democratic centralist organization. So it's a lack of discipline and just allowing whoever to come in and hijack your platform and your policies, and then allowing them to pretend to be a part of your organization when they're really not, when they're just using that name for their own benefit.
Okay, so from that description, it sounds like the PSL runs more like a communist government does, more like China does, right? You have to be educated in communism before you stand for election, before you have a vote within the Politburo.
Yes, the democracy happens internally, inside the party.
Internally, right. But I've heard a lot of criticism of the PSL. So what is that criticism?
The criticism of the PSL, I consider the PSL more of a tailist organization, more concerned about protest movements instead of organizing. So it's more or less like a tactical issue that I have with them. They're very good at getting young people out into the streets and stuff like that, but not necessarily as good as doing the organization that needs to be done, as far as like workers and factories and all that other type of stuff.
Right. Okay. All right. Now, I think that a lot of people have no idea what to do with Angie Nixon. I will get into that when we get through the rest of this. But here is Casey Hunt basically doing her best impersonation of Leonardo DiCaprio in Django Unchained in her interview here with Ms. Nixon.
All of that you've just said, Hakeem Jeffries, who would be in line to be Speaker of the House, recently said he doesn't support Medicare for all. He's not on that bill anymore. He used to be. Is he wrong?
Right.
Why is the leadership? Do Democrats have the right leaders here in Washington?
He is absolutely wrong. How can you all of a sudden change the tune? And I'll tell you how you change the tune. When your corporate donors
So should he
decide
not be
to
Speaker?
give you more money so that you won't. You know, that is up to the Congress people. I'm running for U.S. Senate.
Well, what about Chuck Schumer? Should he be the majority leader if Democrats take back the Senate?
You know, I think I would possibly be looking elsewhere when I become the next United States Senator in regards to leadership. And I mean, we need to make sure that we have people who are centered on people, who are working for people, right? And so again,
do you think
the
Schumer is going to
majority of
support
people
your
are
campaign? Do you expect Democrats in Washington to send money to help you win?
I actually have Democrats in Washington already sending me money and already
The
agreeing to
DSCC,
campaign
have they
donations. I wanna
committed
be clear,
to go on the
because
air for you in a big way?
Who did you say? The DSCC?
The DSCC.
No, I haven't heard from. No, actually our campaign is supposed to have a conversation with them sometime this week. But I want to be clear because a lot of people, this is my introduction to them. I am someone who is a former vice chair of a Democratic executive committee in Duval County. I also worked for the state party, the Florida Democratic Party, as a political director and a field director. I'm also a union organizer. I'm also someone who is not ashamed or afraid to vote against my caucus if it's not in the benefit, if it's not benefiting hardworking everyday people. I'm also okay with voting against Republicans. It's not about that. It's about the people for me.
It's a good thing woke one's over. She might be out of a job for that interview. I mean, the level of disrespect, condescension, and hostility is just disgusting. To treat any person you're interviewing that way,
just cutting them off and stuff. Well, and this is the other thing that's so frustrating about this. Like, if you're at all in this position, they're going to maximize on you anyway. They're going to, if you even have a whiff of Medicare for all in you, they're going to call you a bad name anyway. So why not just wear the name proudly, and actually fight for it?
Well, you could see with Casey Hunt there that she is representing the establishment's attitude that she crashed the party, that she wasn't supposed to be the nominee, and that she's not legitimate.
The voters said otherwise.
Right. Well, they really don't respect that. So Ewan Higgins, who just had lobotomy victim Matt Taibbi's case against him for libel tossed, hard to imagine her aggressively scolding a different candidate this way. Wonder why. Okay, so honestly, I just want to say, yeah, I think when it's a black woman, like unconsciously, if you combine the ideological permission with it being a black woman, that shit comes out. I don't think it's conscious. I think it comes out. But in the end, they're perfectly happy with a compromised black woman. They're perfectly happy with somebody who's they like to hide behind them. They use them as shields against what their agenda for the working class actually is. They love people like that. So it's not about that, but if you get on the other side of them, that comes into play in the way that they're going to treat you.
If you look at the differences between what the Democratic establishment talking points were as far as Abdullah Sayed's Senate race, they really heavily focused on the fact that he doesn't respect black women and he's the sexist and he's this and he's that, but they have no problem treating a radical black woman with a complete lack of disrespect, just cutting her off, just not letting her speak.
It reminds me, Richard Pryor had a routine in one of his stand-up films where he talked about how you could be arguing with your wife friend, you could be arguing with your wife friend, you could be arguing with your wife friend, and then after a certain level, the N-word would come out. I don't think that's as true today as it was when he was doing that bit, but there's an element of that in here. Like once you're out of bounds, you don't have to watch your manners with someone of that identity.
No civility for radicals.
Yes, right. Mario Santana, more Casey interviews with Angie Nixon, please. And picture of the white mob chasing is that Rosa Parks?
No, that's not Rosa Parks. I can't remember
what's it? No, not what's her name? Chat, help us out. I should know this. I actually have a tour.
I can't remember.
Was from New Orleans.
Was this one of the Arkansas 9?
I believe this was the young lady who was blocked from the schoolhouse door in New Orleans. No, it's not Rosa Parks. Yeah, that's the bus. All right, chattel now.
Rosa Parks was also a member of the Communist Party.
I've heard that. Yeah. Hassanabi, I've never seen Casey Hunt treat a white Republican man like Ruby Bridges. Thank you. I've never seen Casey Hunt treat a white Republican man like this. The way black progressive women get treated in media is shameful. Yep. Hang on one second. My computer's not plugged in, and you do not want to do the show solo. Hang on.
I would rather not. Sorry, guys. I'm not as good as vamping as what Keaton is good at, so you're just gonna have to painfully kind of stare at me.
All right, there we go.
And also, as
the power strip was off.
You're fine.
Okay, we're back. Okay. Yep, he was right. And here's AIPAC tracker. Ashley Moody supports funneling billions of our tax dollars to Israel, fueling forever wars and genocide. She also supports legislation to criminalize criticism of a foreign government. Does that sound like freedom to you? And of course, Ashley Moody's getting that money, yo. 373,032. Angie Nixon, obviously, 0. Jamarius, CNN will interview genocidal maniacs like Randy Fine and John Fetterman and allow them to say the most vile, disgusting things with zero pushback. But they got all this energy for Angie Nixon. Very interesting. Yes, it is. As Gavin Newsom might say, it's interesting. It's interesting.
Interesting.
So now this broke from Axios. Florida Democrats Senate nominee and party chair have heated call over socialism. Stop gaslighting me. According to people who spoke with Nixon, both she and Nikki Fried yelled at each other during the call. Another person who spoke to Fried said the chair did not yell, but was yelled at. Quote, Nixon wants her to back away from DSA, from socialism, said one person who spoke with Nixon. Yeah. Nikki,
okay.
That's the chair. Nikki Fried.
Okay, you said Nixon.
Who said one person who spoke with Nixon? Oh, did I say Nixon at the top?
You said Nixon at the top, yeah.
I see. She's listening to other people saying that they're afraid, they're scared, the Jewish members and the Hispanic caucus. But to Angie, Nikki doesn't want Angie to be who Angie is. Angie has already done the backing away. On the call, Nixon told Fried, you never gave a care for me, about me from the beginning, and now you're telling me how to run my campaign, according to the source. At one point, the source said Nixon yelled, stop gaslighting me. Another Florida Democratic official with knowledge of the dispute said Nixon and Fried have never been friendly, and that Fried, quote, was very disappointed that Angie won. She made that pretty well known. Before the election, the source said, Fried was predicting Nixon would lose and was calling around telling people, hey, can you make sure when he wins that Angie is nice and welcoming and does all the things to bring everybody together? I know Nikki doesn't like it, but Angie is the engine right now. Angie is the national story, and Nikki just can't stand it. One of the Florida Democratic Party sources said that the organization did not favor Vindman over Nixon and was neutral in the primary. Yeah, those of us who went through the Bernie wars, it is the story of the Florida DNC chair acting like a mean girl and throwing a hissy fit about the one they didn't want winning. That sounds more like the Democratic Party I know than a Democratic Party that stayed neutral in an election. I've never known them to stay neutral in any election. What caught Nixon off guard, she told others, was that she was in the process of distinguishing herself from the DSA anyway. Nixon said she joined the organization for grassroots organizing help during the primary because the establishment was arrayed against her. And she agreed with their stances. She used them, but yeah. And she agreed with their stances on housing, public education, corporate power, and Medicare for all. But since winning, she moved fast to distance herself from several DSA positions, saying she doesn't back abolishing all prisons, just for-profit ones. She doesn't support defunding police or having so-called open borders. And she disagreed with the National DSA's controversial commemoration of Fidel Castro. Do you know anything about that? I didn't even hear about that.
Yeah, I saw something about some right wingers and some establishment Democrats were very upset that, you know, the DSA, you know, lauded Fidel Castro for running Cuba or whatever. I mean, it's weird because the DSA, they're all good on like Cuba and socialism in Cuba, but they're not good with any other socialist state.
Right. So far, Nixon has had an easier time finding common ground with David Jolly, the ex-Republican now running as the Democratic nominee for governor. Before her heated call with Freed, Nixon and Jolly had a friendly conversation, according to a person familiar with the talk. But Jolly's camp and financiers have expressed concerns about how Republicans will exploit the issue of socialism now that he shares the ballot with Nixon. Jolly's campaign has been fine-tuning his messaging to both praise Nixon as a fighter, emphasize what they agree with, and respectfully raise where they disagree. Socialism. Okay. All right. So this kind of reminds me of I was in San Francisco on 9/11. And I had been out of New York 3 weeks. I had moved there 3 weeks before 9/11. And so I was there when we invaded Afghanistan. And the left in San Francisco was going through a real, what I call Kirk versus the robot. Kirk, there are several Star Trek episodes where Kirk defeats a robot by introducing a contradictory logic puzzle that it can't solve. You are the evil. I am not the evil. Right. And so, you know, it explodes, head smokes. All right. So when we went into Afghanistan, this was very confusing for the same people who had been protesting the Taliban for years because of their treatment of women. They had no idea what to do with it, right? Like they want to protest the war, but they don't want to support the Taliban. They had no idea what to do with it. A lot of people seem to be going through a Kirk versus the robot with Angie Nixon. They have no fucking idea what to do with her. On the one hand, they have the instinct to want to say, why did everyone ignore this talented black woman? But the funny thing is the people saying that ignored her. They didn't pay any attention to her. She wasn't on any of their shows. Nobody, that's everybody. Nobody paid attention to her. And then because she's running as a Democrat, you got the He-Man Woman Haters Club element. Like you can't support her because she's a Democrat. But at the same time, you don't want to attack her because she's clearly going through enough of that from the Democratic establishment that you hate. Right. So clearly she's in a David and Goliath fight against this establishment that is discriminating against her, right? But so what do you do? But you can't support her because she's a Democrat. So what you have is just this cacophony of people who want to virtue signal off her candidacy and also condemn her for not being a socialist but joining the DSA. But then they're kind of hampered in doing that because it's a bad look, really, to attack this woman who's fighting against the DNC. So then they'd rather attack the DSA for their standards rather than to attack the candidate herself. All of that to say, this is, I think some people have misinterpreted what I've been saying since I got back from Asia. I'm certainly not saying that the Democratic Party is a solution. What I'm saying is whatever the fuck the left is doing now is not a solution to anything. It's not a fucking, it's not a solution to freaking waxing your car. Like, it's not anything. You cannot accomplish anything. It is a confederation of people who are, making a living podcasting and have built out a brand around a certain type of posture. And people who are addicted to a certain type of political content. And that's it. And they've come to, it's like a deadly parasocial death grip on all sides, where you have an audience that wants to be want to be fed a certain type of narrative. We're having a revolution. No, you're not. No, you're not. The question, the thing that energy should be going into is stepping back and in a practical way evaluating the reality of where the left is, which is nowhere. So you got to step back. You got to look at that. How do you solve it? The Democratic Party is not an answer. Now, we have had the view that if I were living in Florida, sure, I would vote for her over the freaking maniac that she's running against. And this is something that you can speak to. I mean, even going back to the 19th century, even the socialists and communists who believed in overthrowing the government violently would work with the bourgeois parties on points of agreement. And that goes down with a lot of communist parties down to the present day. Will organize with people around union actions, that kind of thing. So the idea that you can never support any effort that goes in the direction that you're trying to go in because it's a Democrat, that's ridiculous to me, particularly when the left is nowhere. It's nowhere. It's a big parasocial clusterfuck between podcasters and their audiences. That is not a revolution will not be made. That is not a meaningful effort. Now, there are organizations out there doing something, including the DSA. And that's a big part of the consternation that a lot of people are having. They're succeeding. So, okay, you don't like the way they're succeeding? Well, succeed then. Succeed at what you're trying to do. It doesn't make any sense to me not to try to use that to your own advantage, not to try to use that. You want to go further left? Good. You should hope that this thing that's further left than the Democrats succeeds. Like, I understand the concern about being sheepdogged, about being incorporated into the party. All right, well, maintain your separate organization and convince people that that's the way to go. It's a long-term project. It's not something you're going to solve in a year. And the concern that, like, look, this whole thing is going to collapse before you get there, that's valid. And I don't even really disagree with it. I just cannot sit down and tell people, look, we made one promise from the beginning when we were a show with a few hundred subscribers. We would always be honest. And part of that means your views are going to evolve with the information available. As you take in information, you're going to incorporate it. And if you are thoughtful, you're going to change your mind. You're going to evolve. If you go back and you watch the shows we did 5 years ago, we have a totally different, we're much more radical now than we were 5 years ago. But look, and we still had you watching 5 years. You knew we were going to end up like that. But it's not honest to go and tell people, yeah, Yeah, no, the Greens, man. That's
Yeah,
what's going to do it.
They're going to nail it and knock it out of the park.
You've got. I keep talking about the CIA thing, not just in regards to the Greens, in regards to everything, in regards to all left organizations, in regards to the entire media. Pre-lobotomy Taibbi, he used to talk about how there were all of these journalists who worked for the CIA. And they do. Like, this is very well documented. That is what you're dealing with. You have to step back and acknowledge that's what you're dealing with, and that the left is infiltrated and divided by that, and that a lot of the conversation is really driven by intelligence services, who at this point can probably just automate their work of dividing the left with bots. They probably just set a bunch of AI bots out on X and get everyone fighting over fucking nonsense.
Right. And continuing once again to keep it in the podcasting space instead of in the real world space. As far as like the electoralism of it all, like I get it, like, but coming from my views, like coming from where I am, there's no one that is going to be running for office that will ever share my views. For example, even though there are a lot of people that like to bring up Butch Ware, for example, and how radical they were for supporting Butch Ware. I don't like Butch Ware's views on some imperialism things, i.e. his views on the Uyghur genocide in China. I would still have voted for Butch Ware because it's like there's not going to be anyone that really agrees with me on that. I will have to say Graham Plattner, I was not the biggest fan of him from the very beginning. But the biggest reason why I wasn't a fan of him is because I saw early on people were sitting there and saying, oh, Graham Plattner, he's a radical. Do you see in this photo that he was saying free Palestine a long time ago? You know, he was saying free Palestine whenever he was like in his teens. So he's really the hero that we need for the Palestinian movement and all that other type of stuff. In that same picture, he had free Tibet and free this and free that, which are State Department talking points. So I had issues with like every person I'm going to have an issue with, because most people that are going to be running for Congress just don't have my views. So what can I do? It's up to the left to organize up until the point of elections, and then do your best. You know, get whoever you can, maybe a little bit of Medicare for all, maybe a little bit of anti-imperialism. Al-Sayed wants to keep killing Ukrainians and Russians over there, but he has good stances on Palestine. Okay, well, one good stance on Palestine is better than two bad stances, I guess. I don't know. And until we really have like a disciplined and organized left that actually acts as a party, you know, just like the Democrats do. I mean, the Democrats act as a party. They come out there and they're very, very much centralized around their message and keeping who out and all of that stuff. Why can't the left have that amount of discipline? You don't have to air all of your dirty laundry on the internet, which the left loves to do. That's one of the big reasons why I am a proponent of democratic centralism, because that cuts that out. And it's clear whenever you break that line that you are clearly not following the tenets of the party. It's just a discipline thing.
Well, see, this is part of what I see. Like, why can't they do that? They don't even have an agreed upon agenda. Like, you don't have that. This isn't the working men's committee, right? There's no agreed on manifesto. There's no agreed upon way forward. Yeah, look, you can be inspired by Marx, but it's the 21st century. It's a world of AI. And I'm sorry, AI makes a lot of his assumptions about the power of labor obsolete. So you have got to reevaluate based on that. There's no leadership. There's no agreed upon ideology, even. You just don't, you don't even have the core agreed upon principles you would need to have an organized movement. You can't just go organize a mass labor movement without at least 10 points. Okay, this is what we're demanding. That doesn't even exist. So what are you organizing around?
Just loosely, well, we sure do hope that this person that's a little bit radical gets into office, and then you'll see the fruits of that. And I'm telling you, to me, I see any DSA victory as a victory for me. You know why? Because I assume these people are going to enter, they're going to sit there and they say, well, we're not real socialists. We're not real socialists. They're going to enter into the Democratic Party and they're going to show everyone in the country that they aren't real socialists, that they're just another brand of capitalism. So I'm fine. Let a thousand flowers bloom. Hopefully we can get some childcare along the way. Because we're certainly not going to be ending the wars through DSA electives.
Yes, I agree. All right, let's go to some super chats here. We've got quite a few built up. Kuznetsky Bassane, we're living through Trumpany Hall. Yeah, man. He could have taught Boss Tweed a thing or two. Louise Brooks, they shoot horses, don't they? Maybe for movie night. Nah. Look, man, my man Keaton got very worried that the Hollywood studio cops were going to take his kids away if we kept showing copyrighted movies. That's why we had to change it over. Now, I do plan on my own channel to continue that series because we did have permission from Rumble, and in the immortal words of Rocky Balboa, sue me for what? So I do plan on doing that over there. French Laundry, super sticker. Thank you, ma'am. Argentina, Howard Lutnick. Como se dice? Our beef is beautiful. God, man, my Spanish is rusty. Nuestra carne hermosa? Maybe. I don't know. Tell me in the chat. I think I was probably close. Richard Namulala, my friend from Buffalo. Nikki Fried is B'nai B'rith considered Aliyah and IDF. Oh, is she? Well, so of course she hated. that clinches the truth of that story. Of course she despised her. Ordak, blast the Mecca. All right, I'll take it. And our friend Landrew. Come on, Russell. Landrew versus Kirk, and I'm still here. I am a socialist. When we free Palestine, we will all be free. Yeah, actually, that is one of those episodes that I have the sound drop from, the Landrew robot sound drop.
I am Landrew. Landrew is dead.
Thank you very much, my friend. Okay, Saucer. Tusker. And I agree, guys. This was the calculus in joining the Democrats versus the Greens, or DSL. Hashtag justice for Palestine. And love you guys and your work. Well, we haven't joined the Democrats. Have you joined the Democrats? You're a Democrat?
No.
I didn't think so. Yeah. They wouldn't have you. Eric Rousseau, poison mac and seed oil fries. Maha. Eric Rousseau, so Trump rounding up the stray dogs and cats next? Well,
yeah, I guess we're all hating
more of
now.
that beautiful beef. Nocturnal Human, there's actually an overpopulation of deer all over the country. I got deer meat in my freezer. I never tried. We just have to get used to it, and there's plenty of meat here. I mean, honestly, I've talked for a while about moving upstate. If I do, I'm going to take up hunting. I feel like if you eat meat, then it's fine. Like if you're going to eat it, like I would never just do it to put a head on my wall.
I say Nocturnal Human should just like have that deer meat, try to sell it, and just slap a from Argentina label on it.
Make some deer tacos. Deer tacos at the side of the road. Raven Laz, RFK Jr. There's always bear meat, and don't forget about raccoon cock.
Delicacy.
Yeah. First Queen Fire Dancer. Love Tusker shows, but protect her. This show is all fuck this and fuck that. She's a lady. MSG tickets booked, so I'm confirmed for a week in the Big Apple. Watch out, New York. Yeah. Get in touch, First Queen.
Y'all, I have to tone down. I have to tone down the fuck this and fuck that whenever I'm on the show. I curse like a sailor if I'm not on the air.
Tusker's a lot of things. She's no lady. Eric Rousseau, thoughts on the populist left joining the new Tucker coalition populist right and forming an actual populist party? Well, you know what? You're going to be very sad when you see the segment I'm doing later on Trump's attack on the Tucker movement. So no, that would be a no. EO Shush, pure communism doesn't work. Unfettered capitalism is far worse and doesn't work. The blend of the two, socialization of the common and heavy regulation of capitalism, China now, USA post World War II up until 1980. I'll let you answer that, Tusker.
I mean, the question is that communism doesn't work and unfettered capitalism works less good. So it should be more of a hybrid situation like China. I mean,
I think he's saying that's what China is.
I mean, China uses markets. Markets have been around for centuries.
Right.
You know, I have my own disagreements with some of the things that China does, but they are still run by a Marxist-Leninist party. They are still closer to communism than they are capitalism, in my estimation.
Yeah, we have a China story tonight, actually, about the billionaire that they're sending away to get his mind right. T-Bone, thanks, Tusker. I remember you from way back. Great show. Thanks, DD. She's been around for a long time, man. Mark Pugliese, do you notice a tactic with the Angie Nixon interviewer? You notice how she keeps asking the next question while she's still talking? Very rude. Oh, yeah, no, she was told to do that.
Yeah.
There's no doubt in my mind. You, as a reporter, you are not going to treat a black woman like that on the air unless your bosses gave you the go-ahead to give her that kind of treatment. You wouldn't take the risk. I mean, it was so squirmy watching it.
The reason why that's effective is because they're essentially thinking that she's untested on national media. And so if you just continue to trip her up, you just continue to talk over her, she's more likely to make a mistake.
And
so
actually, she's quite
on
good.
Her inexperience. Yeah, she actually is pretty good.
Vianticus Prime, you'd always be honest. I'd rather you lie to me, Russ, and tell me my eyes are pretty. I think a lot of people,
I'm sure your eyes are
people
very
feel that
stunning.
Way. Professor Brown, though, reform or revolution is a false choice. It's so crazy. It might just be true. Agree with Russ. By any means necessary. Many rivers, critical mass, short and long game, etc. Exactly. Like, look, man, it's the easiest thing in the world to just tell people what they want to hear, man. It's really not hard. And that's the easy way to go, man. If you just want to have people go, yeah, more of that. But, you know. I could have come home from Asia and been like, yeah, now I see how we're going to have a revolution. And actually that's true, but it was a big dose of reality. Okay, so this is how you're going to have a revolution. And no, it's not what you think. It's not what you think. You'd have to completely change the whole way the left is structured and organized in America. Shush. Most in the post-duopoly left are legit, but there are forces in it designed to create voter apathy toward anyone of the left. Yep. They can't get you to vote Republican, but can get you to sit out. Yep. Nailed it. Yes. So much of what you see is fake. At this point, a lot of it's just AI bots stirring shit up. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, just for example, just real fast, like whenever I'm doing a ballot or whatever, there are so many things that you elect. One of the things that I always look out for was whenever we're doing judges or anything like that, I typically tend to, without knowing much about them, because it's hard to get background on people, I tend to vote for public defenders over prosecutors. You know, just because I've worked in that system. And so I just assume that you have more progressive views as a public defender than a prosecutor, because a prosecutor is basically a legal cop. I mean, that's really what it is. So it's you have to make some intelligent decisions about where it is that you're going to vote.
Most prosecutors are just trying to rack up wins so that they can get a good job at a private law firm. That's it.
Right.
Vienticus Prime. Hey, they got fake eye drafting the new legislation now. Why wouldn't they? Oh, I get it. Why wouldn't they also outsource narrative control to it? Sure. I think they do. Whoops. Sorry about that.
Someone gave you a very generous member thing.
Oh, did they?
We'll get to it. Oh, yeah.
The drunken scoundrel from the drop. I pegged both Plattner and Ware as plants. I mean, Ware I haven't followed as much. With Plattner, I don't think he was a plant. I think he was a very troubled guy.
I think that a bunch of dumb professional managerial class people hoping to get someone involved in the party looked at him and said he wears flannel, he's got a gravelly voice. Let's go. And then the left we were just left with it.
That's what I think. That's what I think. And hey, you know what? I could be wrong because Plattner, his personal flaws aside, yeah, you do need guys like that representing the left. You do, like in terms of the aesthetic, in terms of the demeanor. You do need guys like that. And yeah, if you want to like light on fire the possibility of having guys like that, yeah, elevate a guy like that and then tear him to shreds. And no guy like that is going to want to get involved in that party.
But also, it was dumb to think that you could run a candidate based on aesthetics alone.
Sure. All right. Shall we move on? All right. This is a fun one. All right. I call this IDF versus the Hulk. This piece. Hang on. I got to take it back to the top. Okay. We call this IDF versus the Hulk. All right. So a little backstory on this. The Hulk is fighting Larry and David Ellison right now. So this from More Perfect Union back in July. 12 states are now suing to block Paramount's $81 billion acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery. The coalition, led by California, is aiming to do what the federal government would not. The unlawful merger of these two entertainment behemoths would lead to higher prices, lower quality, and less content for film and television, harming movie theaters, basic cable distributors, and ultimately audiences on every sofa and movie theater seat in the U.S., according to California AG Rob Bonta. Paramount is now threatening to leave California over the lawsuit. All right, so flash forward to August 11th is from Variety. The Writers Guild of America has fired back at Paramount Skydance CEO David Ellison after he threatened to pull Paramount out of California. Quote, by threatening to leave the state because it doesn't want the government to enforce the law, Paramount further proves the danger of its outsized power over the industry and what that will mean for writers in the creative community. This type of behavior is precisely why the merger should be blocked. So this is Rob Bonta. In a span of weeks, Paramount agreed to halt the merger until a court decision or until June 2027, asked for a November trial, and is now back with another attempt to blackmail the state into letting an illegal deal through. Paramount has lost the plot as it continues to lose in court. It didn't work the first time on the eve of our July lawsuit, and it won't work this time. And he goes on, this illegal merger will result in higher costs, fewer options, and fewer people making movies. My office remains committed to stopping illegal consolidation and protecting a vibrant California economy for businesses that play by the rules. Okay, so just a couple reactions. This is going to become important later. This is what they call foreshadowing. Okay, so Bruce Wayne, you suck. John Del Arrows / sci-fi and fantasy. I hope every business leaves California. You are making it impossible to do business here. Okay. We're going to get into why, in particular, you would have obvious comic book sci-fi nerds chiming in to attack the AG of California. It's a pretty funny thing because these tend to be the kind of people who are really into movies, right? And a lot of the conversation in that space is about how Disney has bought up all these studios and destroyed them by consolidating Pixar, by buying up Lucasfilm, how they've destroyed all these beloved franchises. So you would think they'd be anti-consolidation, right? They would think they'd be against shrinking down choice, given that Disney is exhibit A, B, and C of what can happen when you bring all of these different IPs under the same umbrella. What happens if it's badly run? It doesn't just destroy one or two things. It destroys many things, right?
What happens if it's Kathleen Kennedy or whatever?
Kennedy, right. Well, she was running the Lucasfilm division, but then you had Bob Iger running Disney. But yeah, you would think these people would be reflexively against further consolidation in the industry. So how were they led to think that way? Again, this will become important later in this segment. So here's Mark Ruffalo, who has been very outspoken and very bravely so, given that Hollywood is not the least Zionist place in the world, as we know. So this video was going around anyway. I couldn't, I think this was from like a story, so it's not up anymore, but I was able to find the video that he shared out. So this is a video of the Oracle executive chair talking about what really scary technology they supplied to the Israeli war machine. She's very proud of this, by the way.
Our website in an Arab country, and you saw your entire screen filled with an Israeli flag, which said, not only we stand with Israel, we stand with our employees in Israel, we stand with the people of Israel, we stand with the military establishment of Israel. There's a few things that we did that I really can't talk about, to be honest, because to advance the agenda for the Israeli military. But our teams did a lot. We have some really profoundly scary technology at Oracle, and we wanted to make sure that it was available for the effort. Let's just say that. Okay? I was in the Kiryat, and I go in and I meet with everyone you'd imagine I meet with. And on my way out, I run into, 5 of my team who are all in uniform working. And to be honest with you, it's like my proudest moment.
Okay. That's her proudest moment, providing scary technology for the assault on Gaza. This is the parent. This is the company that is trying to buy Warner Brothers that already owns Paramount. This is Larry Ellison's company, Oracle. Go ahead, Tusker.
I was just going to say, that is just an insane statement to say. We know that we have incredibly scary technology, and we want to make sure that it's on the side of killing children.
Yep. You heard it right. Okay, so Mark Ruffalo put this out as an Instagram post. These really profoundly scary technologies will most likely be merged into one of the largest media conglomerates in the world and one day used on you. Look how she revels in what we now have come to see as a genocide, which was built on an apartheid system of oppression powered by Oracle. There is an old saying, quote, the way you do one thing is the way you do everything, unquote. From one of the biggest tech companies in the world, powering some of the most destructive and inhuman forces in the world. Why has Trump pushed this illegal merger through? Larry Ellison will own most of Paramount Warner Brothers. Larry is a classic oligarch. They are crushing workers and consolidating the wealth of the world for their own power and concentrated dominance. We have a chance to stop this. There are 12 state attorney generals suing to block this merger. It will be catastrophic for our film industry. There will be a loss of 4,500 direct filmmaking jobs and the loss of another 10,000 ancillary jobs. Mergers like this are almost always bad for workers, consumers, and the industry they tend to dominate. It's a classic antitrust case. It will hike up the cost of cable and flatten out competition. This means less choice for our audiences. It also concentrates an enormous amount of creative control to companies that say and do things like this strange woman from Oracle. Really profoundly scary people. Okay. All right. All sounds fair enough, especially when you consider who owns Oracle and who's already de facto owner of TikTok, already running TikTok, right? Which Netanyahu stated as one of his goals to get control of TikTok. Now they got control of TikTok through Ellison, got control of Warner Brothers, got control of CBS, and got control of Paramount, rather. Got control of CBS, now trying to take over Warner Brothers, which has CNN under its umbrella. So let's see what country this guy considers himself to be a part of.
What is your connection to Israel?
Well, the renewal of the Jewish state is something that I think touches all of us. For 2,000 years, we were a stateless people. And now we have a country of our own, defended by all the brave men and women of the IDF. So anything we can do to support them, who devote their lives for preserving the state of Israel, keeping the people safe, and allowing our state to continue sometimes in very, very difficult situations.
What is our state? It's not talking about the United States. It's talking about Israel. Larry Ellison, for anyone who doesn't know, and I'm sure most of you probably do, he is the largest single private donor to the IDF. Mark Ruffalo literally showed a video of his executive bragging about the scary technology that they're bringing to Gaza. So I bet you can guess what the reaction is, right? He's antiseptic. Of course. Paramount slams Mark Ruffalo merger attack as anti-Semitic. Says company does not tolerate prejudice of any kind. So this is their statement here. We are, as always, troubled when anti-Semitic tropes are invoked in purported service of a business dispute. Words like genocide and apartheid applied to a corporate transaction aren't just wrong. They're a bridge too far, and they cheapen the very real suffering those words are meant to describe. This doesn't deserve a response in kind. And to be clear, we don't tolerate prejudice of any kind against anyone. Yeah, you're not going to do a response in kind because you can't. You can't. How are you going to litigate that? How are you really going to make a case that what he said was anti-Semitic and not correctly pointing out that the parent company behind this merger supports what most human rights organizations around the world that have offered an opinion on the subject have called a genocide at this point, including Israeli human rights organizations like B'Tselem. This brings us to a moment to lower the temperature, not raise it. We'd rather build than further engage in such rhetoric. This simply exposes the true motivation of some who have advocated opposition to this transaction. See, if you're against the merger, you're antiseptic. On the other hand, our commitment to great content is matched by our commitment to acceptance, to every story, every storyteller, and no blacklist, no exceptions for anyone. Well, tell that to all the reporters who have been fired at CBS for trying to do critical stories about Israel and or Trump. We understand people feel strongly about this merger and are hopeful and expect that it will be judged based on the legal merits, not underlying bias. We're asking for the same good faith we're extending. Less rhetoric, more understanding. They're the good guys, get it? Paramount's future is being written for everyone who wants to make and watch great stories. Okay, so Mark Ruffalo responds to this. The accusation that I am anti-Semitic is appalling and fundamentally dishonest. Criticizing the actions of the Israeli prime minister, a military technology contract, or the executives who supply it is not the same as criticizing Jewish people. This critical and necessary dialogue is then dishonestly framed as being anti-Israel. To be clear, my views come from my own political convictions and should never be interpreted as hostility toward Jewish people, for whom I have deep love and respect. Well, I don't know, man. We haven't gotten any calls. Mark's in town. We never hear from him. Everything I know about acting, activism, and humanism has been profoundly shaped by the Jewish friends, colleagues, and loved ones who have been integral and family throughout every point of my life. This merger has real consequences for real people and for the entire country. Scrutinizing the Ellisons, including Oracle's business built on data, surveillance technology, and government contracts, and the serious threat to editorial freedom and the loss of a livelihood for thousands of families is fair and necessary. The $111 billion deal would hand one family control over CNN, HBO, and Warner Brothers, backed in part by foreign money whose influence on editorial decisions has never been fully explained to the public. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have called for serious national security review, and regulators still haven't given the public a real answer. Until they do, the merger shouldn't move forward. Now is the time to dive boldly into all these issues, not step back or concede. So what's the response? Triple down. 3 leading Jewish groups rebuke Mark Ruffalo for tying Paramount merger to Israel's Gaza war, demand response. They're demanding a response. Okay, so it's the Anti-Defamation League. Of course, Jonathan Greenblatt, the douchebag, ain't even included. He put out what you would think he put out. The Simon Wiesenthal Center and the Creative Community for Peace, who are calling for a boycott of Mark Ruffalo. So I just included a little bit of this because, again, this is going to become relevant in a minute. There's this whole like anti-woke, culture channel thing. Now, you tell me if this is not some of the wokest shit you ever heard in your life. In regards to Ruffalo maintaining that he is not anti-Semitic for being critical of the Ellisons, CCFP Executive Director Ari Engel said, intent does not erase impact. Where have we heard that before? Repeatedly amplifying inflammatory falsehoods and rhetoric that mirrors historic anti-Semitic tropes helps normalize the violent anti-Jewish hatred we are seeing take hold once again around the world, regardless of how he chooses to describe his own motives. That is wokeness in a nutshell, right? It doesn't matter what you intended. The impact is all. You're guilty if the impact is negative on a protected group, right? Point blank, it has been warned before about the consequences of that. He has been warned before about the consequences of this rhetoric, yet continues contributing to the toxic anti-Semitic atmosphere we are witnessing today. That makes him culpable. Well, that's as good a definition of woke thought as you're going to find. Woke one was crazy. It was crazy. That's it. That's it right there, right? It doesn't matter what you intended. The impact makes you guilty. If we define it as that way, then you are guilty of what we define it as, right? That's wokeness, right? So now a lot of channels out there like to claim that they're in a battle against wokeness in Hollywood. Now, those of you who are OGs like Tusker will remember that before I had a transformative experience in Asia, I had a transformative experience with some douchebags who were running a program I've come to call the Douchebag Dialogues. And the reason it was so transformative to me was I realized from that experience that most of these people are told what to say, and they're just paid or willful collaborators with the State Department and with the intelligence services, because there's no way that naturally you would get personalities as disparate as John McWhorter and Constantine Cassine and Steven Pinker all having exactly the same foreign policy views. Exactly the same. Absolutely no daylight between any of them. That's coordination. It's not, you don't naturally arrive at that. So I want to show you how, and I know we have people in our audience. We have some overlap with these channels in our audience because I'm a little bit of a nerd. I did a Star Wars thing, right? But increasingly, I've been telling y'all, yo, these guys are an op, man. They're an op. They're sheepdogging people in increasingly obvious ways into Zionism and into reactionary right-wing politics. That's their function. They're grabbing people who are really upset that Star Wars sucks now, and they're telling them, not directly, as you'll see, obliquely, to support agendas that the Zionists want people to support. You tell me if you think they just all naturally arrived at supporting the Ellisons. And also, look, these people are experts on the entertainment industry. They spend, just like we are politics nerds, they're entertainment nerds, right? They spend all day, every day diving into that. There is no way you're going to dive into the backstory on this merger and not know about the Ellisons' connection to the IDF and Israel. You're not going to hear one word about that. Not one fucking word. All right. So this is Overlord DVD here, talking about how terrible it would be if this merger doesn't go through.
Scared of Orange Man bad that they are trying to drag this merger out to make it financially as painful as possible to get some kind of back at you points that it will cost the industry everything. This is not a rumor. This is not anything else. This is fact. We have sources from the past 3 days. It looks 100% legit. And according to sources, the move looks like most likely is going to go to Tennessee, because apparently Ellison's father has businesses that have moved to Tennessee already. We are still digging into this. There seems to be more, and for the first time since woke began, the woke is really scared from what we can see. We will keep you informed, unquote.
Yeah, man, I can't even comprehend the amount of damage that would be done, not only to Hollywood itself as an institution, but California in general if Ellison pulled up stakes and left California wholesale. That's 2 major studios gone. The loss of tax revenues, of jobs, of ancillary support businesses like catering, trucking. Yeah, man, this could be an absolute disaster.
And it's their own doing.
Get it? Get it? If you're against the merger, you're woke. You're woke, right? What other reason could you have to be against it? Now, this is a Critical Drinker, who's the most successful and I gotta say probably the most talented person in the space. What he has to say about it, exactly the same shit. Exactly the same.
I guess in this case, then the process is the punishment in that, like, if they can just draw it out long enough, like they will, if not like delay it forever and make it not happen, like they'll make it so costly for Paramount that like it ultimately it's about hurting them. And it seems to be entirely because David Ellison has some like vague ties to like the White House and the current administration, and so that's why Mark Ruffalo is up in arms.
Fucking Larry Ellison was at that fucking press conference where Trump announced the freaking $500 billion for the AI build out. Yeah, it's vague. It's vague. It's very, very mysterious. It's only implied
About it because he supports current thing, and he definitely opposes orange things, and anything that's vaguely current administration, and so that's why Mark Ruffalo is up in arms about it because he supports current thing, and he definitely opposes orange things.
Get it? Mark Ruffalo's woke. He's woke. And if you're against Trump, you're woke. You see, it's just sheepdogging people into supporting Trump. They'll claim political neutrality, but obviously that's not the case, right? Because they define everyone who's out of bounds as being against Trump, right? Being woke.
And anything that's vaguely tied to that is clearly going to incur his wrath. And it's just blatant. You know, when you see the law just getting blatantly abused in this way, it's kind of depressing to witness. This is ultimately about CNN, isn't it? Like, if they are bought over by Paramount, if they are now owned by the Ellisons, the theory is like, they're gonna like revamp the editing room and make it more than just the anti-Trump network, and that cannot be allowed to happen. And so it makes me wonder if that's the real sticking point in this whole.
Well, I think it is if
okay. All right. So they're basically turning their audiences into reactionary morons. Like that is what, in my opinion, they're being told to do. I think it's coordinated because the narrative is so uniform, very much like it was at the douchebag dialogues. Okay, so finally, Gary, who I did interview on Jimmy's show. And look, I've said this before. I have a soft spot for that guy. He had a rough background. He was adopted, wound up going to prison, made something out of himself, which is very admirable. That doesn't excuse basically shepherding people into what is really pretty hateful stuff. I've shown some of his thumbnails, which are, very racist. And if you know what I have said about trans activism, I don't say transphobic frivolously or lightly, but it very hateful kind of stuff directed at trans people. But hey, man, the Ellisons are going to save Star Trek, right? They're going to save Star Trek. So fuck it if they're behind a genocide. Maybe you'll get good Star Trek with them. So here's a little bit of Gary's take on Ellison. So this really his take on Star Trek being dead, which it is, fair enough. But he works in a lot of gassing up the Ellisons in the essay.
If it wasn't for David Ellison buying Paramount, we'd get 5 seasons of Starfleet Academy. Sure, bad for content creators, but good for humanity. And things aren't looking great for the future of Star Trek, considering its owner, David Ellison, is currently wrapped up in a legal battle because half of Hollywood and a few states are trying to keep the merger from happening with Warner Brothers, and he won't have time to think about the giant steaming pile of crap he was handed from Kurtzman. It's one of those old-timey shows that needs to have 20 to 25 episodes per season once per year. I'm not sure you can even do that in Hollywood these days unless Ellison pulls Paramount out of California, and then it might be possible.
Okay. Again, I've had people come to me and say these guys aren't political. First of all, Gary wore a MAGA hat the day after the election. I mean, obviously they're political. I mean, from what you just heard, does it sound to you like they're not political? They'll claim they're not political if you corner them on it. But of course they're political. And one more point. Anybody who follows this space knows they dined out on Rachel Zegler for a freaking year, right? She was the only reason Snow White bombed. Only reason. Meanwhile, there was a whole ass boycott of the movie going on because of Gal Gadot, which at best they would mention in passing here and there. You didn't see any videos about Gal Gadot, IDF soldier, destroys Snow White box office. You didn't see any videos like that. They might mention that her acting was bad, but they don't talk about you want to talk about what destroyed the box office. You don't talk about the fact that one of the two leads was literally being boycotted for that movie, that the movie was being boycotted because an IDF soldier was in it. These guys have, and you can't even say it's audience capture. Friggin' Gary probably got through prison in the Aryan Brotherhood. You're gonna tell me that his fucking audience? I mean, I'm joking, but you really think his audience is Zionist? Like, you really think the audience for this space is more Zionist than not? So why do they avoid these topics if nobody told them to do it? If they're not being paid to do it, either through algorithm treatment or directly, man, millions of dollars in Hasbro money to be had. Like, these guys could be getting checks. I don't know that, but there's no way that just accidentally they all avoid this one particular topic and herd their audience into opinions that are pro-Zionist and that are favorable to the Zionist agenda. There's no way that happens by accident, and there's no way they don't know these things. There's no way they get into this territory without knowing this about the Ellisons. So the fact that or obviously Gal Gadot. So the fact that they don't touch it, there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. And the reason is probably some kind of directive from a source that is not being disclosed. That's my opinion. Mark Ruffalo, what do they have against this guy? He's one of their bugaboos. Why exactly do they keep going after Ruffalo? It's things like this.
Anymore. They're either trying to,
There's Ruffalo talking about basically how he can't be friends with his former celebrity Zionist friends in Hollywood anymore.
I can't talk to them anymore. They're either trying to convince me that the Palestinian people are all terrorists and they all deserve to die, or in the same breath will tell me that they're actually human shields and they deserve to die because they're human shields. Okay?
These are people who were friends of yours pre-October 7th.
People who I thought were friends of mine.
And they're not anymore.
No. I can't relate to them. I can't relate to them.
I mean, it seems to me you got all these channels that hate pompous Hollywood pricks. You should love this guy, right? This guy's like, yeah, man, I can't deal with these kind of Hollywood people. They're telling me not to care about kids being killed. They're being paid, man. They're being paid. They're with access, favorable treatment in the algorithm, money, a combination of those things. That's why they go after Mark Ruffalo. It's all a way of programming you to reject what Mark Ruffalo is saying. And what he is saying is there's a genocide going on in Palestine, and Hollywood should be speaking out about that. So just remember, I know there's a lot of overlap with those channels in our audience, really because of me, because I do get into this territory sometimes. Remember that, because if you're watching us, I'm sure you're about free Palestine, right? Think about what I just showed you. These guys are hurting their audience into supporting Zionism because they're mad about Star Trek.
Yeah. And even just the simple fact that, you know, they try to claim that they're not political, even in that clip that you showed where you had all those, like 5 of them all sitting around, he doesn't even dare say it. He accuses Mark Ruffalo of being about the current thing, but he wouldn't say, because Mark Ruffalo is a psycho genocide. You know, he doesn't mention that. He just says the current thing, and everyone's supposed to know you don't talk about the political aspect of it. And then you've got Doomcock or whatever, who was clearly getting into business interests.
I only did this segment to make you say Doomcock.
Fuck you. But like, you know, he's talking about some of the business dealings. You looked that much into the background of the business and you didn't realize that there was another bit of money in another area of influence that has anything to do with this. Yeah, it's a lie by omission to me. They're trying to avoid the conversation of it and then shepherd people into reactionary politics.
Well, and you know where else we've seen this? Taibbi.
Yeah.
This is very much what he did with that Barry Weiss article that caused, me personally to have to finally speak up and say something about it. Same thing. He wrote an entire article about Barry Weiss and the CBS takeover without using the word Israel. So,
right.
Now to be clear, I've had this conversation with Matt offline. He swears these are his honest opinions. It's hard for me to believe, but okay. All right. It's strangely similar to what you see here, where everyone's just got this enormous blind spot for a topic that they couldn't even discuss if they had not dug into it enough to know this. So why are you not talking about this? Now, getting away from that, just in terms of Ruffalo, they haven't, it's interesting, they haven't come after Javier Bardem quite this way. But he hasn't really been directly speaking out on this merger in that way. Why are they doubling, tripling, and quadrupling down on Ruffalo? Man, they want that freaking merger. They want the Israel wants that merger. Netanyahu wants that merger. They want to control every part of the American media they can, every part of social media they can, so they can shut down all honest discussion of Israel. And I think they feel increasingly like it's whack-a-mole. They knock down one thing, another one pops up. But it's a Moby Dick thing, man. They're just going to try to shut down the whole conversation about Israel by murdering all the journalists who are covering it. That's why you don't see a lot of that footage coming out now, right? You're not seeing a lot of those videos because they're killing all the people who are covering what's happening on the ground there. And they're trying on this end to just take total control of the media. This is why they're coming out like that against Ruffalo. But that's another reason why it's so obscene that you have these channels that, Luke Skywalker drank milk from a titty, so you support genocide now. That is basically what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Like they're dangling this in front of you and really shepherding you into an agenda that most of their audience is not aware of. And they probably know that most of their audience is not pro-Israel because they don't say the word. They just back the agenda. They back an agenda that is pro-Israel without telling their audience that that's what they're shepherding them into. Yeah, no, Ruffalo's woke. That's the issue. No, the fucking issue is he's one of the most outspoken actors in Hollywood on the subject of Palestine, and they told their flying monkeys here that they need to discredit him and get the nerd audiences to disown Mark Ruffalo as woke. What was that? Current Thing is very gay coded for this crowd. Oh, he's into Current Thing. And frankly, other than completely decent, like showing up for gay pride and gay rights, he's not that either. But they have to paint him as that to get their audience to not listen to what he's saying about Israel.
Yeah, it's just narrative control through omission to me.
Yep.
It's just, as long as we don't talk about it, we get you focused on this one thing, get you riled up about this one thing, and then they're just doing stuff in the background. It's, Oz behind the curtain in a way.
All right. So Jake, now audience, stay with us here, man. Because I don't think I've ever done this. We're doing an ad read. I'm gonna pull a Joe Biden. I'm gonna read the instructions too. I'm gonna read the stage directions.
I'm gonna be Jake. Right back.
All right, Jake. Give me the ad. Throw it on up there. However you do that.
You won't see it. Just go ahead.
Oh, I won't. Okay. See, that's the kind of thing I did not know. All right. Well, you have probably noticed Rumble isn't slowing down. More creators, more content, and a platform that's actually putting users and free speech first. And if you're watching here regularly, there's a way to upgrade your entire experience. Right now, Rumble is running a limited time summer sale on Rumble Premium, and it's the lowest price they've ever offered. With Premium, you get ad-free viewing across the platform. No pre-rolls, no interruptions, just the content you actually came for. Plus, you unlock exclusive content from top creators like Steven Crowder, Dr. Disrespect, special live events, and more you won't see anywhere else. Here's the deal. Normally, Rumble Premium is $99 a year, but during the summer sale, you can lock it in for just $69 per year for life. Not just 1 year. Every year you stay subscribed, you keep the $69 rate. No promo code, no extra steps. Just go to rumble.com/premium, as we say around these parts. And the summer sale price is already applied. That's rumble.com/premium to lock in the lowest price Rumble's ever offered. Ad-free, exclusive content, and a price that never goes back up, but only if you grab it before the summer sale ends. All right. In the can.
Fantastic.
And how'd I do? No, in all seriousness, there is a lot of fuckery going on YouTube right now. For real. Like, we were talking to Jimmy about it. Like, yeah, man, they're definitely messing with the algorithm. They're messing. It's an ongoing thing that people get unsubscribed who didn't subscribe. So it is very important. Look, it would not surprise me if in the next year or two, everybody has to go over to Rumble. I mean, in all seriousness. Also, I just want to say, in terms of ad reads, we only read ads we feel comfortable with, and we leave a lot of money on the table. I'm sure you know certain types of ads that get thrown to creators that we clearly don't do, that a lot of our peers do. I'm not going to name what those ads are, but we have been offered those ads. We don't do them. So, yes, we are very selective about the ads that we will read. Rumble is something we literally depend on. So that's something I'm very comfortable promoting. Other things we get offered, not so much. Enough said. Mr. Fancy Pants. Problem with the modern left, we failed to organize the gamers.
Hey, did you need to load some videos?
Oh, you know what? You saved me. Thank you. All right. You go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Jake, do you want to throw chats up for me? All right. Quintessential. Jen and Peter have alluded to thinking Sawant's campaign funds poorly spent. Do you know the deets? Did you talk to her since the primary? Well, I have not talked to Kshama Sawant. I can't really answer that one. So, Russell, if you could take a second and have you guys talked to Kshama Sawant about our campaign funding?
We have not.
Okay.
And I personally, just my take on that, just hearing that for the first time, I wouldn't agree with that. I mean, she had everything going against her. I think when you look at what the final numbers were, she did very well. So if you're saying that money was spent badly, maybe you just don't think electoralism is a good way to spend the money. Because I don't know how much better you would have really expected her to do with everything arrayed against her. Look, at the end of the day, man, most people are going to vote blue soap or red soap. That's how they've been trained. That's how they've been conditioned. It's very, very hard to break out of that. And she wasn't just running in her district. It was a more expanded area. She wasn't just running in her old district. She was city council. This encompassed a wider area. And yeah, man, a lot of those people, they're just not going to vote for an independent. It is what it is.
All right, back to it. Saucer 78. No, I maybe regrettably joined goddamn Democrat. Race car. Hey, I have a infection. Can I cure it by eating some antibiotic Argentinian beef? It's all about the rump roast, man. I think they're probably doing the antibiotic meat to take care of the shitting disease that we have going on. Castillo. Hey, Michael. Oh, he's the
I
one
mean,
that gifted 50 due dissidents membership. Thank you, Michael
that
Castillo.
deserves a bell. Thank you, man. That's amazing.
Thank you, man.
Thank
That's
you, brother.
incredible.
Thank you, man.
Quintessential. Average U.S. voter doesn't care about imperialist death, social media noisy, but actions of people, Plattner's comfort, no movement like Vietnam shows they don't care. Tiffany Anthony, Reese Glumafovitz is announced around the same time as Wendy's. Is that right? Andy Gardner, 26. Words like genocide and apartheid applied to a corporate transaction aren't just wrong, they're a bridge too far. Thanks, Paramount. God bless. Yeah. Let's see. Brad Gilbert. Woke 1 was a Zio left op. Woke 2 is a Zio right op.
I'm going to be getting into that territory.
And then race car, $20. Hey, I think predators don't like to eat fellow predators because predator meat is nasty, contains toxins and parasites. That's why human, cat, and dog meat is naturally undesirable. We know by instinct it's nasty.
That's true, actually.
Yeah. Reliquary Prime, $5. That's it. I'm naming the robot. It's the Keaton 2000. Also, Vienticus Prime. What is the name of your book? I'm trying to find it on Amazon. Do you know the name of Venticus Prime's book? It's like electrical concepts for.
Yeah, I do not. I do not.
All right.
Keaton knows
see the
that.
same. Yeah, I know he does. $1.99. How can anyone be for more media consolidation? Don't know. And Ghostrick Halkerd. Nerdotic's glasses are so thick when he looks for a map, they can see people waving back at him. He could see people waving back at him. And Red French Moon. Russ, you're so right about those nerd channels. I am a nerd also. I even think going after James Gunn and an op to weaken WB just around that merger. Also, Film Threat gave a 7 out of 10 to Citizen Vigilante.
Oh, yeah. Those guys are freaking morons.
And Axel Strife, South Park's spin on Indiana Jones perfectly encapsulates what Hollywood and Orlando are doing to legacy franchises. Red French Moon, sorry for my poor writing in my previous chat. It wasn't poor writing. I got the gist. Oh, okay. I missed the name. Living in Wisconsin, I'm sure that you dismissed Hong's 1% loss versus Nixon's 1% win, as Hong couldn't win the general. Seeing you propping up Nixon's win suggests that your tune changes for the winner, 1%. Well, you can read it again.
All right, throw it up again. Living in Wisconsin, I'm curious that you dismissed Hong's 1% loss versus Nixon's 1% win, as Hong couldn't win the general, seeing you propping up Nixon's win. Didn't Nixon win by like 10 points?
Uh-huh.
I think she won by like 10 points, Nixon.
Yeah, something like that.
And Hong lost by like 0.4%.
Yeah.
I personally would not go so far as to say Hong could not win. I don't think you can say that. Frankly, the fucking meatball that won, I would say has less of a chance than she would have had. I think she would have had a better chance. That guy's ridiculous. He's running 4 data centers. There's a whole separate conversation to be had there about woke 1 was crazy. I mean, for as long as we've had a show, you could go back years. I said this day was going to come where everyone's going to have to run away from the shit that they said back then. Yeah, man, I don't think that's helpful. I don't think that's helpful to make those kinds of statements. And that's apart from, yeah, of course, Thanksgiving has a dark history. I think you have to, if you're a politician, not an activist, that's different. If you're a politician, which means you need to win elections, you have to go more nuanced than that. As an activist, you could just say cancel Thanksgiving. As a politician, you can't, because you have to win people who think of Thanksgiving as their family coming over, and what kind of person would want to cancel that? And you could say,
Good
I understand.
food,
I
time off
understand.
work.
Yeah, I understand that's what it's about. It does have dark origins that we should remember, and have it. Maybe that should be part of what we acknowledge on that day, without necessarily saying you have to not do it. That's a politician's answer, right? So yes, but do I think she had less of a chance of winning than the guy who won? No, absolutely not.
Roachy Boy, when photography became ubiquitous, art had to find a new purpose. It can be argued that the real art of abstract works is actually marketing. Don't get him started on that. Ugly old broad says stuff. Howdy to Russ and Tusker. Hi, ugly old broad says stuff. Hope Keaton hasn't turned into a lobster yet. No, he's still got more
that guy,
to do.
You know him, man. He's probably not even going out in the sun.
Roachy Boy, consider the physical impossibility of death in the mind of someone living. If Damien Hirst called it shark in a tank, it wouldn't be valued at $20 million. Nocturnal Human, I'll start my deer meat brand, the Deer Leader. I like that. Very cute. Mark Pugliese, Angela should have told interviewer to stop it. Yeah, she should have said, quit gaslighting me then.
Yeah, really.
I thought Keaton needed a vacation, but Tusker is doing such a great job. Keaton might not have a job when he gets back. No, he'll have a job.
That's what I told her.
Trust me.
I told her.
No.
I said, no, Keaton will have a job. They'll want him and Tusker.
Ugly old broad says stuff. Ellison is so far up Trump's ass, he's got Mar-a-Lago lips. He does kind of look very heavily plastic surgerized there.
All right, I got them all in.
You got them all in? Okay, good. Mark Pugliese. Oh, I have to say this. Ellison looks like the fucking devil. Agreed.
All right.
And is that it?
All right, we ready to rock?
I think so.
All set. Thank you, Jake. Big hand to Jake.
Big hand for Jake. Thank you,
really
Jake.
Holding it down tonight. All right.
He's definitely getting his money tonight.
Yes. He's working hard for his money, so you better treat him right.
Hopefully he got one of those memberships.
Yeah. Okay. This is a story I wanted to do, but having a genuine bona fide communist on the show tonight, I knew we definitely had to do this show, this story here. So you can see here how China deals with its corrupt billionaires. Little different from here. Is Li Jingjing. In the West, the Epstein class is nearly untouchable. In China, no one is above the law. Zhu Jiayin is the former boss of Evergrande Group, one of China's biggest property developers. At his peak, he was worth $45.3 billion, making him Asia's richest man. Today, he has been sentenced to life in prison after being convicted of illegally absorbing public deposits, fundraising fraud, illegally issuing loans, fraudulent issuance of securities, unlawful disclosure of important information, and corporate bribery. And here's a little video about this from Pamphlets.
Founder Hui Kaiyan has been sentenced to life imprisonment, completing a stunning fall from one of Asia's richest businessmen to the central figure in the collapse of the world's most indebted property developer. The Shenzhen Intermediate People's Court also ordered the confiscation of all Hui's personal property. The 67-year-old, also known as Xu Jiayin, pleaded guilty in April to 8 charges, including fundraising fraud, misuse of funds, illegally accepting public deposits, illegally issuing loans, securities fraud, and bribery. The court said the crimes committed by Hui, Evergrande Group, and its property subsidiary involved exceptionally large sums, caused significant economic losses, and created serious social harm. Evergrande was fined 8.82 billion yuan, equivalent to approximately 1.31 billion US dollars, while its main subsidiary, Hengda Real Estate, was fined another 7 billion yuan. 5 other senior executives received prison sentences ranging from 6 to 18 years, along with financial penalties. State broadcaster CCTV reported that a total of 56 other people connected to Evergrande were also sentenced as part of the wider proceedings. Hui had not been seen publicly since Chinese authorities detained him in 2023. Images released by the court showed him standing between 2 officers as the judgment was delivered, ending a dramatic journey from a poor rural upbringing to the peak of China's property industry.
So what do we do with our billionaires who are corrupt and rob the public? Senator Rick Scott, as CEO of Columbia HC Hospital, oversaw the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history and was fined $1.7 billion. But he's a senator now. He's a senator, just paid a little fine. He's okay. This guy should have gone to prison, but he paid his way out of it. Hey, remember this douchebag crying about a watch? He's on Shark Tank, like he's some kind of business genius. He's better than you, right? So how did he actually make his money? By cooking the books. He started a company called The Learning Company, sold it to Mattel for $3.6 billion. I think this was in 1996. But they got sued because they lied about the sales. They lied about what it was worth. This Time magazine. Shareholders sued Mattel over the Learning Company deal, naming O'Leary and Perrick, that was his partner, along with other members of the toy company's management as defendants. In the complaint, the shareholders alleged that under O'Leary and Perrick, the Learning Company used accounting manipulations to gain market share and drive up the company's stock price. According to the suit, a sales manager at the Learning Company at the time of the Mattel merger told employees that he suspected the Learning Company is broke and is cooking the books. Mattel paid shareholders $122 million to settle the suit. O'Leary and Perrick settled as well. O'Leary did not return multiple calls for comments. In the past, O'Leary has blamed the problems at the Learning Company on the technology meltdown and a culture clash between the management of his company and Mattel. Does O'Leary seem like a guy who would settle a meritless lawsuit if what he's saying is actually the reason behind it? But this guy is lauded. He's lauded in America. They put him on a show for years presenting himself as a fucking business genius. His genius was being able to con Mattel into paying way more than the business was actually worth. They lost hundreds of millions of dollars on this deal. They wound up eventually having to fold it up. You know what we do with our corrupt billionaires? We put them in charge of the government. Elon Musk went with Doge. That was what Doge was about. He went and gutted all the agencies investigating him. And then he left with your personal information, which he's going to wind up using when he financializes X and tries to turn it into Alipay. He's going to have your personal social security number and personal information to do that with. That's what Doge was. It's never about the budget. That's what we do with our billionaires. Chetua Chinagolam. One of the defining hallmarks of the Chinese political system is that the billionaire class is not permitted to capture the state or hijack regulatory agencies to protect their private corporate interests. Perhaps Plato was right. Society can never truly be fixed until philosophers become rulers and rulers become philosophers. And I think part of what he's nodding towards there is the fact that, you don't get to be in the government in China without demonstrating an education in communist philosophy and communist theory. This is part of what I came away from China understanding better than I did before. It's as much, if not more, a Confucian society as it is a communist society. They took communist theory and they incorporated it into a kind of disposition they already had of rule by the wisest, most educated people. That was already how they had governed themselves for thousands of years. they made those people communists. Those are the new Confucian scholars governing the country. Hey, how about Jack Ma? Wow, what a different destiny he had from Elon Musk. This picture was taken 10 years ago. Elon went on to just loot the treasury, steal your personal information, get 38 billion from the government last time I heard, paying $40,000 a year in taxes. What happened with Jack Ma? This billionaire criticized China's government. Then he vanished for 3 months. When he returned, he had lost $40 billion and control of his company, Alibaba. On October 24th, 2020, Jack gives a speech in Shanghai. He calls Chinese regulators outdated and criticizes the banking system. It was a direct challenge to the government. What happened next shocked the world. So he disappears for 3 months. He reappears January 2021. Jack finally reappears in a short video, but he completely changed. Thinner, subdued, reading from a script. He praises China's leadership in rural education. No mention of his disappearance. No mention of the failed IPO. A complete new human. Behind the scenes, Jack is forced to step down from Alibaba, pay a $2.8 billion antitrust fine, hand control to state-backed entities. His wealth falls to $25 billion. Now, I just want to say, man, for people who think, oh, they're brutal, they left the guy $25 billion. Give me $25 billion. I'd be all right with that. Half of his fortune was gone, all because of a 20-minute speech. They didn't hang the guy. They put him in his place. Carl Zha. The real reason Jack Ma got the smackdown by the Chinese government is because he tried to leverage Alibaba's dominance into finance. That's a no-no, because China will not allow finance bros and Wall Street types to take over the country. U.S. billionaire-owned corporate media shocked. Right. They're shocked by that. This is the point I keep trying to make. And Tusker, I know you understand this as a communist. I keep saying you guys have to lead with this, man. You got to paint a picture for people. You got to be like, listen, you know Kevin O'Leary? All right, so we would take all his shit. We would take all his shit and make him make a video apologizing for his crimes against the people. That should be your opening pitch. You're burying the lead, man. You're burying the lead. Don't get into all this class struggle shit. Just be like, you know Kevin O'Leary? We'll take all his shit.
Straight to jail.
Straight to jail. Afshin Ratansani shared this. Chinese billionaire and venture capitalist Eric Lee explains why China is winning the competition against the U.S. Now, this is very interesting because a lot of people, of course, especially I was posting a lot from China, will make the argument China's not communist. So this is part of the answer to that.
America, you can change political parties, but you can't change the policies. In China, you cannot change the party, but you can change policies.
So in that time, China ceased to be communist. Is that what you're saying?
Well, China is a market economy, and it's a vibrant market economy, but it is not a capitalist country. Here's why. There's no way a group of billionaires could control the Politburo as billionaires control American policymaking. So in China, you have a vibrant market economy, but capital does not rise above political authority. Capital does not have enshrined rights. In America, capital, the interest of capital and capital itself has risen above the American nation. The political authority cannot check the power of capital. And that's why America is a capitalist country, but China is not. So in the 65 or 66 years, China is being run by one single party, yet the political changes that have taken place in China in this past 66 years have been wider and broader and greater than probably any other major country in modern memory.
Where's the lie? That's it. That is what people here don't understand. They think that communism means you don't have any businesses. You don't have any markets. That's not what it means. It means or toothbrushes. It means Elon Musk is not going to buy a presidency so he can rifle through your personal information, steal it, gut all the agencies investigating him, and still get government contracts. It doesn't work like that. If you're Jack Ma and you start talking shit, yeah, they're gonna fuck you up, man. You know, they didn't hang the guy. They're brutal. They left the guy $25 billion. Okay, but they put him in his place. They made it clear you're not going to challenge the government and the way the government runs. Now, living in this dystopian hellscape where the government is not run on behalf of anyone other than a small wealthy elite, where the government is actively hostile to the interests of most of the working population, and having gone to a country like China, where whatever its problems, I'm not saying it has no problems, it is palpable. The difference is palpable, that the purpose of the government is to improve the lives of the people, and that is the social contract between the people and the government. Now, in America, it's what about freedom of speech? You know, your freedom of speech is not as limited as you might think. Like, a lot of people thought I didn't do the show in China because I was afraid to do the show in China. I wasn't afraid to do the show in China. The show that we do, I didn't feel like we could not do in China. It was because of the Great Firewall. I felt like it was too unreliable. Like, I didn't quite figure out how to do a workaround. So you might say, well, why do they need a Great Firewall? Well, fucking CIA. That's why they're surrounded by American military bases. We have no idea what China would be like if they weren't under constant threat, principally from us. I felt very strongly when I was there, the security was not about fear of the domestic population. It was about keeping an eye on things so that we could not start a color revolution in their country. I felt like that's what it was really aimed at. And in terms of me personally, for a country that's supposed to be totalitarian, I'm a white boy going to Uyghur country. I was the only one there. People don't, Westerners don't go there. I saw, I think 2 Germans at a museum. That was it. Nobody bothered me. I wasn't like followed around. Nobody took any particular interest. I went through a lot of points of transit, a lot of train stations, a lot of airports. I wasn't treated any different than a Chinese person. Like, yeah, man, they went through my shit once in a while. I saw them go through the Chinese person shit once in a while.
Okay.
Like, not more than anybody else. Like, it didn't happen a lot, a couple times, but I saw it happen to Chinese people too.
Okay.
So this kind of lays out why this happened to this guy, what their rules are for housing development that he broke. China refused to bail out the Evergrande CEO because he crossed the 3 red lines established by Xi Jinping. These 3 red lines are a practical application of dialectical materialism, which the Communist Party of China employs to arrest unchecked capitalism. Here is what they entail. Red line 1, the liability to asset ratio must be under 70%. This means that money collected in advance from home buyers cannot be counted as an asset to hide debt. This is crucially important because under free market capitalism, private developers engage in what Marx described as the unchecked accumulation of capital to monopolize land. The cooperations takes the hard-earned life savings of ordinary families as pre-sale deposits and use that cash as leverage to borrow even more from state banks. Essentially, they are weaponizing the basic shelter needs of the working class to artificially inflate their own net worth. By excluding advance receipts and capping liabilities at 70%, the Communist Party of China under Xi Jinping drew a firm line. Private capitalists may no longer use the working class's prepayments as speculative collateral to build private empires. 2, the net debt to equity ratio must be under 100%. This means that a developer's net debt, which is total interest-bearing debt minus cash reserves, cannot exceed the total equity, the owners' and shareholders' actual capital in the company. In classical Marxist theory, when a capitalist uses an extreme debt-to-equity ratio, like the 300 to 400% seen in Evergrande's case, they are creating fictitious capital. A tiny shred of private wealth is being used to control an enormous pyramid of social resources. This is exactly what happened with Lehman Brothers. Going into the 2007 and 2008 financial crisis, Lehman Brothers operated with a debt-to-equity ratio of roughly 3,000%. They held just $20 billion in actual equity capital, but controlled over $600 billion in assets. When they experienced a decline of just 3 to 4% in their asset values, it completely erased their real equity. This exposed the fact that the entire pyramid was built on fictitious paper wealth, which ultimately triggered the global financial collapse. Red line 3, the cash to short-term debt ratio must be at least 1 time. This simply means that a developer must hold at least $10 in liquid cash for every $10 of debt that is due within the next 12 months. Understand that this restriction is in place because capitalist enterprises often run on a perpetual rollover cycle, borrowing new money today solely to pay off yesterday's debt without ever holding actual liquidity. Karl Marx analyzed this in Das Kapital, Volume 3, as the ultimate stage of financial parasitism, where the firm becomes completely severed from the reality of material production. That's exactly our economy. That's why the market is off the hook and everybody's suffering, because the financial markets are completely detached from the material reality of actual workers. Therefore, the Communist Party of China insists that developers must prove that they have actual cash on hand to fulfill their immediate financial obligations before they are allowed to build or borrow anything new. This is fundamentally a socialist policy. When a company operates with a cash to short-term debt ratio below 1.0, the first victims of a liquidity crunch are never the executives. The first victims are the construction workers, administrative staff, site engineers, and day laborers who are robbed of their wages, as well as the small supply chain vendors and subcontractors who are dragged into bankruptcy. Remember all the executives, 2008? They got bonuses. They got bailouts, and they all got bonuses. The 3 red lines of Xi Jinping are put structurally in place to arrest unchecked capitalism and defend the material interests of the people. China is able to do this because they have a very strong political vanguard class that acts as the brain of the state. This is also why developing nations condemned to practice Western democracy struggle to build strong and powerful societies. And he actually, it's worth checking this out. He goes on to explain that by saying that countries that have been colonized and exploited by the West end up having a population that's uneducated politically. And it's very easy for Western powers to manipulate whatever so-called democracy they have to keep the people divided and to install Western puppets as their government. So he's arguing democracy for countries that have been basically abuse victims of the West generally just wind up continuing to be puppets of the West. So how's this work out for people? You know, you're going to see a lot of propaganda whenever you start talking about China this way. Okay, well, home ownership in the UK, 63%. Home ownership in the USA, 65%. Home ownership in China, 90%. 90%. Even millennials, right? There's a lost generation that can't afford a house, right? China, 70% of millennials can own a house in China. Mexico, 46, France, 41. The US, only 35%. UK, 31. UAE, 26. China, 70%. You look at the ranking of countries, China's actually number 2. Now it's at 96% home ownership rate. Kazakhstan is at 98%. Who'd have thunk it? And Laos is third, 95.9%. United States, 65.7. So I don't know, man. Whatever we're doing doesn't seem to be working for you. Doesn't seem to be working for actual people. That's what I came away from China saying. Like, hey, for the average person, for most people, this is a much better way of life. Most people are better provided for this way. And I had people when I was posting from China, oh, what about you've got rural areas where they don't have this? You know, that might be. I took a lot of trains through China. I did go to some of the more out of the way areas, but yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I went everywhere or saw everything. But if you're coming from America, how the fuck are you going to make that argument? You've been to St. Louis? You've been to Detroit? What are you talking about? You've been to LA for that matter? Because I went to their equivalent cities and they didn't fucking look like that, man. They were spotless. They were spotless. When I got home, people asked me about culture shock. I said the weirdest thing was how messed up the roads are. I wasn't used to it anymore. And I live in New York City. I live in the finance capital of the world. And it's not built up like China. As soon as I'm taking the cab from the airport, man, there's all construction and everything, man. Like nothing is clean and maintained. That you get used to that in China. Everything is clean, everything's maintained. They took the money they made from trade and they put it into building their country.
Put it back into the country.
Yeah. No, you driving in the Western region, you'll be driving through windmills and solar panels literally for over an hour at a time, continuously. Windmills. That's why I talked to the guy who was my guide in Uyghur country. His electric bill in the summertime was the equivalent of $7. That was in the summer, in the desert. It's freaking hot over there, man, in the desert.
Yeah.
It was $7. So the idea that the Cold War and the collapse of the USSR ended the conversation. No, you can tell Americans that because they're so cut off from the rest of the world. They don't realize that there's a whole world out there where they have statues of Marx and Lenin all over Asia, man. You'll see that in Laos. Yeah. You'll see it in Vietnam. You'll see it in China. That conversation never ended. And if anything, if you look at their countries and you look at our country, they're winning that argument.
Right. Yeah. So a few things, as far as like the Rick Scott of it all, Rick Scott was not personally made to pay that fine. The corporation that he worked for was made to pay that fine. That didn't come out of his coffers.
Right. That's a good point.
From what I remember of the Evergrande collapse and all that type of stuff, the 3 red lines were instituted by the Communist Party because they realized that they had a financial bubble that was going on. They intentionally put those in to pop that bubble so that they didn't have a financial collapse. So it was smart policy, attempting to do that. I even remember at the time that the guys, like maybe that guy was one of them, but a lot of the CEOs or whatever top leaders in that company, the government actually said that you have to sell off your second homes, your yachts, your this, like you have to liquidate your assets. You can keep like one home and stuff, and then you got to give the rest back to pay down some of their debt. So they personally had to pay the money in order for those fines. The other thing, as far as that housing list goes, I don't know if you happen to notice, but a lot of that housing list, those are post-Soviet countries that had that high housing.
Yeah, that's true.
Funny that.
You're right. Yep.
No one ever wants to mention that. Maybe there was something that was already in place in regards to that. And as far as like the communism aspect of it, like obviously, China, they have like a mixed system at the moment. They lean a little bit too hard into the capitalist road for me as well. But at the same time, they are good competition. I think that they are an anti-imperialist leader. I think that they are helping the colonized world to develop itself in a way that they can without being seen as heavy-handed, like supporting revolutionary movements, sort of like what the Soviet Union did. So it's a different method of doing things. It's not my preferred method, but I just still see them as clearly a Marxist-Leninist government. They have discussions internally, I'm sure, from what I've heard, from all the people that know better than me, that live over there and all of this type of stuff. They get into these big discussions, and yeah, there are different factions within the Communist Party. But ultimately, the one that wins out usually is the Marxist-Leninist line. I don't know if that helps answer.
Yeah, I mean, having, on my Russ on the Road channel, I'm going to start dropping my Asia videos. You will see, I didn't shy away from showing realities that might be uncomfortable. Like, you got the, this is in Ho Chi Minh City. You got the big statue of Ho Chi Minh, and then you go to the right and you have Versace, and you've got Rolex, and you've got like right on either side of this main square dedicated to Ho Chi Minh, you've got all of these Rodeo Drive kind of shops. And you see that in China too. You see it where you've got, a big portrait of Mao, and then you look across the street and it's these very high-end designer brands. So yeah, I mean, that's definitely a factor. Now, I did come away feeling that they see it as they're using this to fuel socialist objectives. That this is something they feel like they have to compromise with this. I also honestly, especially with the way that they've loosened up about religion, obviously from the earlier days, they've come to accommodate the reality that you got to give people some bread and circuses or they're going to be unhappy. You just have to. Like, yeah, okay, you want to go to the church, you want to go to the temple, fine.
You want some blue jeans?
They treat it respectfully, they do. But what do communists really think about people going and you got to step over the threshold with the left and not the right foot? What do communists really think about that? Like but I think they came to realize you can't take that away from people. You just can't. It causes too much unrest. They'd rather have the stability. It might be the opiate of the masses, but you got to opiate them a little bit or they're going to get restless.
I think that's fair.
All right. Okay, so let's Jake, let's hit the scroll before I forget.
Oh yeah.
All right, you guys make the show happen for real. Thank each and every one of you for being members. A lot of you have been members for a very long time, and we thank you for that support from the bottom of our hearts. All right, let's hit some super chats. Dmitry Mugianis, he lives uptown, man. Lives up here in Harlem, this guy. Tusker, I agree with you on China being more communist than not. Can you take me to the books, articles, etc., to educate myself? More solidarity from Harlem.
I don't necessarily have any newer books. Like a lot of my China books and stuff like that are more about revolutionary China, because I've always studied like revolutions more and like how did they do it and how do we have one. So I don't have as many of that, but just accounts to follow or people that kind of live in China and know more about it, I would say Arnaud Bertrand. You can find him on Twitter. People like Ben Norton, who's studying economics and does good news broadcasts about economics from China. There's Daniel Dumbrill. I like his work and his Twitter, and whenever he drops videos, he rarely does them anymore. And then also Li Jingjing is a good one to follow if you're looking for people on Twitter to follow about China.
All right. Reliquary Prime. I found his book. Thanks, Tusker. It's on Barnes & Noble. Electrical Concepts for Everyday People.
I got
now
2 words
with
of
less
it.
mistakes. All right. Dimitri. Comrades, are the rumors true? Keaton has been sent to re-education camp. Solidarity from Harlem. Yeah, by his wife. He's being re-educated to take some fucking time off once in a while.
Right.
$1 Million Trooper, holy bloodthirsty Yenta energy from the Oracle chair.
No kidding.
Batman. Right?
No kidding.
Oof. Vienticus Prime, Israel is a trans ethnicity country. They're transing it from indigenous Palestinians to white rapists and sociopaths. So I must say, and I'm sure a lot of people go through this who are, outspoken pro-Palestine people, but most of you don't have a show. My new landlords, I'm pretty fucking sure they're Israeli who bought the building. So
I hope they don't find your show.
You always have to worry. I hope they don't watch this show. I'm gonna come home to like no electricity and no heat.
Yeah.
Nocturnal Human. I think Doomcock is more talented than Taibbi. Yeah, it's not a hard bar to clear these days, man.
I don't understand what was up with that octopus wearing a Freemason hat.
It's very nerdy stuff. It's supposed to be
Okay.
Cthulhu. It's supposed to be like the escaped Cthulhu.
Yeah,
It's
I just
very
recognized
nerdy.
the hat because my grandpa was a Freemason.
Look, man, I mean, it's sad. I can tell from that guy's references, we're probably right around the same age. Like me and Gary are like a few months apart. We're like almost the same age. You can hate Luke Skywalker drinking blue milk from an alien titty and not turn into a reactionary racist goon. It's really not an either or. Like, you really don't have to go down that path. I actually, on the Russ on the Road channel, I'm thinking about doing some of that content for people who don't want to be racist, reactionary goons. You want to say something?
No, I'm taking notes.
Raven Laz, RFK Jr., Russ, not racist, reactionary goon. So he claims.
That was the note.
All right, Raven Laz, RFK Jr. Speaking of Doomcock, that's actually my Secret Service code name. Mi Salachicha es muy bella. Username. If I paid for Rumble Premium, how would I know how to cure Tim Pool's baldness or Viva Frey's brain parasites?
Oh, Viva Frey.
Yeah, you don't want to miss out on those. Vienticus Prime. It's not on Amazon at Reliquary Prime. It's on Barnes & Noble. DueDissidents.com/V Prime.
Thanks, Vienticus.
Thank you. Professor Brown note, Keaton should be casting couch surfing in Hollywood as we speak. Yeah, man. They're swingers. We try not to talk about it. Rochi Boy, sorry to finish with a pun, but my not even a bite from Russ when I mentioned shark in a tank. That's cold. I'm sure I saw his eyebrow twitch. What was that one that you read?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
he's talking about abstract art.
Oh.
And the monetization, like 20 million if you give it a fun abstract name, you just say shark in a tank.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, loading the videos was complicated because the next piece I'm doing was revamped from a piece I was going to do last week. So what that means is all the videos were from like last week's downloads. So I had to keep going like all the way down to get them. So that's why that took so long. Vienticus Prime, I looked into that Zhu Jiayin thing. It seems the reason why he's going to jail is because he wasn't as connected as he thought he was. Appears this whole thing is he's a sacrificial lamb like Maxwell. Yeah, a lot of the anti-communist people are trying to spin it that way. Now, what I will say is this, because I did, look at that side of things. I read articles in Fortune and Barron's about this. Yeah, it does look like China indulged this kind of breakneck building and probably did not look as closely as they should have at what these companies were doing. Nonetheless, all of the reporting I've seen agreed, oh yeah, they lied about their books. They cooked the books. Like, that's not in question. So yes, was there a systemic problem during this period of breakneck real estate development that Evergrande is a reflection of? Sure, but he's guilty. Like, not everybody lied to get $300 million in loans that they had no way to pay back. Not everybody did that. He did that. But yes, there was this more systemic problem. Yes. Kirk the 11. My press tells me 1% for each. I don't think that AI hole Crowley won because Hong dissed Turkey Day. I'm just saying that you guys didn't focus on how a guy who checked out reappeared and won. A guy who checked out? Who are you talking about now?
He's talking about the guy who eventually won.
You're talking about how Crowley came back and won?
Yeah, like he literally
in the conversation. Yeah.
No, he literally, that guy had he looked at it, dropped out of the race, and then got back in it, and then came on and then ended up winning.
Right. So what I'm arguing is, of course, the DNC threw enormous amounts of money at this race. AIPAC threw enormous amounts of money at this race. They did that with El Sayed too. El Sayed had the advantage of being talented, which I did not, from what I saw of Hong, think she was. I didn't think she was very good at the campaigning. I didn't think she handled those redirects very well when they asked her about the Thanksgiving stuff. You can talk your way out of that shit. Like, if what you're saying is you can, but she's not talented. Mamdani could have talked his way out of that.
Yeah,
Mamdani could have talked his way out of it. She wasn't talented enough to talk. And in fact, watching Nixon, I think she probably could talk her way out of that. Hong was not a strong personality, right? Like, she didn't seem to have those skills. So that's a huge factor in these kinds of races. You could look at it glass half full, in that they threw all that at her and she still came within like 0.4% of winning. But looking at it the other way, look at who she was running against. That guy was freaking awful, man. So I mean, if you boil it down to the core premise, it's probably not good for your political campaign to have taken deeply unpopular and very extreme views that we commonly now term woke, or someone now term woke one, that shit's not going to age well, and you better have some skills if you want to talk your way out of it. Yeah, that's my take. And I think if she had not said those things, given that she came within 0.4%, she probably would have won. That would be my argument. Okay, so
which is honestly a shame that Thanksgiving conversations can derail the fact that she was against block cameras, against data centers, against that, and probably ran a good ground game, because she did get that many people coming out to support her, and she almost won.
Came that close. Yeah, you got to remember, man. You got to do it twice as well because you're running against 16 times the money. It looks like what happened with Nixon was a weird fluke, that she had actually a much better ground game than anyone understood.
Yes.
She had much more support than anyone understood. And this guy didn't take her seriously. He laughed it off. He told people he didn't think he was in a primary. He thought it was funny. He thought it was a joke.
And
It's a Rocky story, you know.
Right. And also, I think that probably a lot of like the Democrats didn't focus on the Florida race. They didn't think Angie Nixon was going to be that big of a deal to beat because it's Florida. How in the hell could any lefty win Florida? And then on top of it, you had resistance liberal hero Alex Vindman, who, spoke out in the congressional hearings about the Ukraine thing with Donald Trump and the administration. So they just figured he would coast to a win. And so just no one was paying attention. And her ground game was good.
Well, you know what? To what we were talking about earlier, that kind of happened with AOC. Like nobody really thought she could beat Crowley, so they didn't pour resources into that race.
Right.
All right, Nocturnal Human. RFK Jr. has been absorbing public deposits for decades. Stoop sign. China having their state broadcaster called CCTV is one example of how Chinese and Russians hack the English language for search results. RT for Russia Today was hijacking retweet too. Is that true?
I don't know. I think Russia Today has existed for quite a few years.
Yeah, it's been around for
I don't know what retweet 2 is.
Vienticus Prime, also with the whole Zhu Ziyin thing, I doubt you'll hear about prosecutions of any co-conspirators, like people who were bribed, but let's see. I mean, well, in the video, they said that they prosecuted, was it 19 co-conspirators? There were actually quite a lot of co-conspirators that they went after. John from Minnesota, Russ, shortly after you first mused about how China would handle corruption, I saw this BBC headline on July 7th, quote, China sentences official to death for taking $325 million in bribes. You called it. Yeah, I saw that. Professor Brown note, people should watch Russ's long take clip, American shocked by China train station, LOL, for the very genre-y title. I mean, hey, that's how you get asses in the seats. Stoop sign. I need to get to Kazakhstan to get a home, get a yurt with a wood-burning stove to heat my yak milk. Lassi. To live the Kazakhstani dream. Right? P.W. Walker, I believe de Tocqueville once wrote that democracy would fail once people realized it was the key to the treasury. That sounds like him. All right. Let's move it along. Let me get this back up here. Let me get myself situated. Assuming the Doctor Strange position.
Mm-hmm. I know what the cross flags mean. It means the Russell's going to war.
Going to war. All right. So this started out as a different piece, and then it kind of morphed into something else with evolving developments. All right. So everybody probably saw this very heartwarming and inspiring picture that Marjorie Taylor Greene put out. We said no more foreign wars, and we meant it, and supported Donald Trump because he made that promise. But he's betrayed us all. Our commitment is America first for all Americans, right, left, and center. The movement has begun. So a few reactions here from Alex Jones. This is what a vampire sees when it looks at the sun at high noon. Cenk Uyghur. It looks like you already have the kitchen cabinet. These are the times we're in, when people gather in small groups and plan political revolutions. Rebellion grows throughout the land. And our friend Gen X girl, throw some anti-war leftists in there. We got ourselves a majority coalition. Let's fucking go. No more right left. We got to unite. This is the real test. All right. Well, Trump tried to throw some water on this. Tucker Carlson just met. He just put this out like yesterday or the day before. But okay. Tucker Carlson just met with lightweight former Congressman Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Losers all! Tucker's views have fallen through the floor and will only get worse. Nobody cares about him any longer, in that he has become totally irrelevant and happens to be surprisingly a very low IQ individual. He could barely get out of college, and maybe he didn't, but only really dumb people can't make it through that wonderful 4-year time in life. This is really unhinged. Tucker wants to run for political office. I don't think that's true, but he should be required to take a cognitive test. He's got no chance, but could probably take a couple of points away from whatever the Republican ticket happens to be. Tucker is a loser and always has been. Marjorie Taylor Brown, parenthetical, Green turns to brown under stress. A highly neurotic young woman. This is like a letter from Jack the Ripper. A highly neurotic young woman went from ultra conservative to a liberal fool, all in a matter of weeks, because I refused to return her phone calls. Not because I didn't like her, just because I had no time. She was way down in the polls in Georgia because I took away my endorsement and would have had no chance at winning. So she, just like everyone else, quit. Thomas Massie has turned out to be a failed politician and a real jerk. He thought it was really wonderful to vote no on everything, no matter how good, strong, or proper the legislation would be. What a team this would be. 3 losers and a pocket full of change. The only chance they have to join is to join the radical left Democrats and try breaking into the primary system. To all of them, I say, praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump, he is getting crazier, man. All right, so enter Mr. Vance here. Enter J.D. Vance. So this is what he had to say about El Sayed the other day.
It's sometimes actually hard to understand, like, what do these modern Democrats actually stand for? But look what they say. Pay close attention, and they'll leave these little hints of what they actually care about. Now, El Sayed, this guy running for Senate in Michigan, he once argued, not too long ago, that criticisms of Sharia law were rooted in white supremacy. I'd love to go back in time and tell my papaw that there's a man who claims to stand for working people who says not only should we have Sharia law, but if you criticize it, you're a white supremacist. That's not my papaw's Democrat Party, my friends.
Okay. El Sayed is about as radical as 2% milk. I'm quite certain he's never said anything to that effect. And here he is to speak for himself. Now, going back to what we were saying on the super chat about Hong, if Hong had these skills, she probably would have won that primary, but she does not.
It sounds to me like J.D. Vance is feeling some nostalgia for the segregationist Democrats of the old solid South. But I wonder what you heard in these comments.
Well, I'll tell you this. Every time J.D. Vance opens his mouth, the first 2 things I can think is, man, that guy's boring. And second, Peter Thiel had to spend a ton of money to get that man elected, barely, in the state of Ohio. Now, you know I'm from Michigan, and we got issues with people from Ohio. But this one in particular I took somewhat confusedly, because here's the thing about it. He's painting this picture of going back in time to talk to his papaw about me. Now, why is he pointing to me? Why is Donald Trump pointing to me? They're pointing to me to try and say that somehow I'm less American than they are. Now, what does that have to do with? I don't know, the color of my skin, how I pray. But the confusing thing about it is that he thinks that there are some people who are more American than others because they can point to their papaw who was here earlier. And my question to him is simply, why is it then? How do you look your parents-in-law in the eye and say that somehow they're less American than you are? Because that's what he's implying there. But bigger picture, this is about trying to change the channel. They're trying to dissuade us from actually paying attention to the issues that we see laid bare when we talk about our kitchen table budget every single month. Because the question Michiganders are asking is not about my parents. It's not about Sharia law, because there's like less than 1% of the entire country that's even Muslim. It's about whether or not you can afford your groceries, whether or not you can afford your gas, whether or not you can see a doctor if you get sick. And my name and my background aren't raising your gas prices. That's what the Trump administration is doing. My name and my background aren't picking trade wars to increase your costs. That's what the Trump administration is doing. My name and my background aren't the reason you can't see a doctor. That's because of the Medicaid cuts and the ACA cuts that are about to come down the pike next year because of what the Trump administration is doing. So if you don't want to talk about what you're doing, that's fine, but I encourage you to leave my name and my background out of it. This is an America that's big enough for all of us, even if J.D. Vance doesn't agree, except for the fact that he actually understands and benefits from the nature of immigration and the fact that we are a bigger country because we are inclusive of people who don't have papas who were here 50 years ago.
And that's why he's a nominee and Hong is not. That is why.
And I wouldn't even consider that to be one of his greater pivots. Like,
no, but I mean, calling out the fact that obviously he's married to a brown Hindu.
Right.
You're gonna start talking about your papa. I mean, come on. But okay, so why did I introduce that element into this story? Well, Zay Squirrel here says Tucker Carlson and Daryl Cooper agree with this, meaning what J.D. Vance said, and want fanatical arch-Zionist Adelson puppet Mike Rogers to win, and will endorse J.D. Vance as the epic-based anti-Zionist, anti-Israel, anti-war isolationist, America First white nationalist candidate in 2028. Now, I know I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, but I think he makes a pretty good case. Here's Tucker Carlson talking about J.D. Vance.
Everybody knows it's in our interest to wrap this up in a way that protects core American interests, of course, that avoids unnecessary humiliation, that brings some stability to the region, as they say, but wrap it up. And the administration understands this. The Trump administration clearly understands this because news reports just in the last 24 hours have told us that the president is thinking about or planning to, depending on who you believe, dispatch the vice president to hammer out some kind of deal with the Iranians. And if that happens, and we don't know, just repeating what we read, then that's a pretty clear sign that the administration wants to declare victory and move on, certainly to move on. And they probably couldn't pick a more credible person to do it. Ideology aside, Vice President is smart, he's honest. He's not one of the people who's gotten richer in government service. He's probably one of the people who got poorer in government service, which is a pretty good measure of someone's moral rectitude. And he understands power dynamics.
So why is Tucker Carlson, if he's really trying to create an alternative to this administration, pumping up J.D. Vance every chance he gets? That's not the only place where he's done that. Whenever J.D. Vance comes up, he talks about him like he's the best thing since cornbread, right? Well, don't forget, Tucker Carlson has probably been working for the CIA, which is the family business, for his entire career. He, in college, went to Nicaragua in the middle of Iran-Contra, in the middle of the CIA illegally funding the Contras. As a college student, he went to Nicaragua like you do, right? Just to look around. He just went to look around. But this is probably the most damning piece of evidence. I've shown this before. He lies about knowing his father was in the CIA. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? And also pay special note to the fact that when Tucker is lying, he sounds just like he sounds when he's saying anything else. So he's a good liar. You have no idea when he's lying.
And so when I applied to CIA, and I've taken a lot of crap, including from Putin, like, oh, you're from a CIA family. Well, yeah, obviously my father worked in conjunction with CIA. I mean, that's what that is. And I tried to join the CIA, but I'm not being false about it. Native talent. And he's attacking my dad as a CIA, his dad's in the CIA or whatever. And I'm like, well, that's no, untrue. Then my father dies, and I learn actually, yeah, was involved in that world. I was completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
Okay. So 2024, he's saying he knows. And then he goes on Candace after his father dies. I had no idea until my father died. So he's a fucking liar. You cannot watch that and come away and say Tucker's an honest guy. He's a liar. He's lying about knowing his father's in the CIA. Why would you do that if you're not involved in the CIA? Like, why would you feel a need to lie about that? Why would you go to Nicaragua as a college student? That big spring break spot back then that I didn't know about? Nicaragua?
I guess so. If your spring break involves brutally murdering and suppressing the Sandinistas.
I mean, for some people, I guess they call that, like, these days they call them action sports, right? That's what they call it. Now, action sports.
It's a pretty grotesque whip t-shirt contest.
Yeah. All right. So, this is not a piece about our old friend Daryl Cooper, but it was a mystery to me when Tucker put him on and treated him as a credible historian, even though he was speaking just the absolute obvious, not debunkable nonsense. It didn't make sense to me. I didn't understand it until I understood that Carlson is a CIA op, and so is Daryl Cooper. Daryl Cooper, in my opinion, is working for intelligence. He was in the Navy for 10 years. Then he went on to be a consultant for the DOD. And he pushes classic American committee, post-Cold War, CIA, anti-communist propaganda. So now a lot of people who pumped this guy up got embarrassed later. If you notice, you don't see a lot of people have him back on again. But not Tucker, man. Tucker brought him on. And as is his tendency, he went on Tucker's and just spouted absolute debunkable fucking bullshit without any contradiction.
That, when the Bolsheviks took over in Russia, one of the first things they did, this is 1920, I think, so very, very early on, they built a statue to Judas Iscariot in Moscow.
What?
Yeah. And this is at the same time they're burning down churches, massacring priests.
They built a statue to Judas?
Yeah, I was surprised. I actually only learned that like relatively recently.
How did I not know that?
Yeah, it is. Well, indeed.
Indeed. You didn't know that because it's not true. The Judas statue is a myth. Current historical consensus is that the Danish diplomat, who is the original source of this claim, heard a telephone game rumor about the burial of Janus Judens, a commander of the Latvian riflemen, that took place in the city, and at the time when the Bolsheviks allegedly put up the Judas monument. The Bolsheviks did, however, put up a monument to Robespierre in Moscow in 1918. It collapsed 3 days later, and it is still unclear whether it was demolished by locals or fell apart on its own. So, yes, this was a rumor that was widely spread by the White Russians, the defrocked aristocrats, we shall call them, who were not very happy about the revolution. So where's all this going? Where's all this going? For those of you who don't know, Martyr Maid is Daryl Cooper's handle. No one is going to talk me out of supporting J.D. Vance. If I'm disappointed, fine. What else is new in American politics? But he is the only true America First candidate in many decades and has more than earned a chance to prove it. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? All these people are kind of sheepdogging you into accepting J.D. Vance as one of the good guys. All these people with very weird kind of government intelligence services connections in their background, Defense Department connections in their background. Again, Zay Squirrel. Daryl Cooper writes forwards to books by Nazis and concocts hoaxes about Bolshevik Judas statues as he has private meals with his close personal friend, Peter Masad Palantir Thiel, and demands you support his puppet, J.D. Vance. Here he is. Feliz Habidad says to him, yeah, I think I misremembered his role. My bad. Thiel criticism still stands. And Martyr Maid says, why? Thiel is a fan of my podcast, and I went to a dinner he put on last year. Who cares? You guys want some completely organic candidates with no elite ties, but that is not a thing. All right. So where do people go when they need a warm, wet mouth to shoot propaganda into? Well, there's only one place to go, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. If you need to shoot your load of propaganda into an eager mouth, Joe's going to be right there waiting for you. Okay. Sorry. So Vance went on the Rogan show. Those of you who remember, didn't go that great for anyone who was really paying attention.
I think he was Mossad. Yeah, Mossad or CIA or some other deep state, whether in America or Israel or another country, or both. Look, he clearly had connections to the highest levels of American intelligence. He clearly had connections to the highest levels of Israeli intelligence.
Do you think that Israel is affecting him?
Okay. All right. And by the way, the reason we have to do that, for anyone who doesn't know, is ever since we did the segment about Joe Rogan cupping Mark Andreessen's balls and working the grundle, we can't show his clip. So I have to do my artist interpretation. I hope this is accurate. We do our best to be realistic to what actually goes on that show. Tim Dillon probably said it best in terms of the kind of operation that Vance is running here, where he's in the administration and trying to act like he doesn't actually have any complicity or knowledge of what the administration is doing. He's just a guy.
This is the thing when, like, J.D. Vance goes on Rogan and goes, well, they have this whole discussion about the Epstein docs, and J.D. is like, I'll go to my death believing it was a larger conspiracy. It's kind of like these guys are like, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? It's like, no, you're the vice president. What are you talking about? J.D. Vance is talking about this like he's a guy at a bar in the town I grew up in on Long Island, where he'd be like, I'll always believe it was a conspiracy. You sure? That guy owns a pool company. He's gonna be like, yeah. What are you going to do? I'll always believe someone on there. This guy's the vice president of the United States of America, going on the biggest podcast in the world, going, yep, I read all the files. Trump's innocent. Also, I'll always believe there was a greater conspiracy there. I'll always think something was going on. But what am I going to do? I'm the vice president. That's J.D. Vance's character arc right now, is his whole entire thing is just telling people what the vice president can't do. Like, what about the war in Iran? He goes, there's not much I can do. I just kind of hang out and, watch as I'm part of the administration that betrays its voters and does the opposite of everything it said it was going to do. I just kind of hang out and, this Epstein thing, who knows? What are you going to do? It's a lot of what are you going to do energy from the vice president. I'm not saying the vice president's like an all-powerful figure, but it's just hilarious that, like, that's his argument. What are you going to do? Nah. What are you going to do?
Yeah, that is strategic. They're saying, well, how are we going to sell him as the anti-Trump candidate? They're setting that narrative up now. Yeah, it was a runaway train. I was just a passenger.
Which is also just real fast, which is also funny because now JD Vance, just like Tim Dillon is saying, like JD Vance just sits on the side like, oh, nothing I can do, blah, blah, blah. But the Republicans made a whole lot of hay, and it's not like I'm a fan of Kamala Harris, but they made a whole lot of hay over Kamala was the border czar, acting like the vice president has any real power.
Right. And it's pretty funny for JD Vance to be getting on a stage and talking about Sharia law, because just like everybody else at his level of the game, he's a wall fucker. He's a wall fucker. I thought so. Hang on. You're telling me that you're worried about the idea of a theocratic movement imposing its will on the United States? Why'd you stick your dick in that wall, motherfucker? That ain't no couch. That's a wall. Would you get lost on the way to the silly Posturpedic fold out bed there? What are you doing fucking that wall, JD? But Zay Squirrel lays it out here, man. And again, I don't want to depress people, but I think he's absolutely right. I think this is the best 2028 election analysis on the interwebs right now. What will happen on both the Republican and Democratic side heading into 2028 is actually very easy to predict. On the Republican side, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, MTG, and Massie will do a fake populist anti-war, anti-Israel LARP, either by running in the primaries or a third party, and then coalesce around J.D. Vance and endorse him like RFK Jr. did with Trump. They will thereby hand over their fake epic-based anti-war, anti-Israel status to Vance to launder him. That's what this is all about. You're being set up to think that there's some kind of populist uprising that is going, and it's not an accident. I'm sorry, Gen Xer, I love you. It's not an accident that there's no leftists there. It's not an accident, because this is good. They want to train people into seeing essentially white nationalists as the anti-war populists. They don't want any of that left energy in there. They also want to run as anti-communists. So you don't want to bring in any of these DSA kind of people who are the ones who are most likely to be anti-war. They want to condition people to think the good guys who are going to stop the wars are white nationalist aligned people. They're going to pretend, well, just like he's saying, that they're running an alternative, just like the CIA pretended they didn't want Trump when they did, right? They actually wanted that guy. What they want is J.D. Vance. They're going to give you this whole fake populist thing to get excited about. And then CIA operative Tucker Carlson, CIA operative Darryl Cooper, in my opinion. Both of them are working for intelligence. That's what I think. And a lot of other people, man, who are working directly or indirectly for them are going to do what they want, which is to install J.D. Vance to continue with the whole Palantir flock camera data center agenda. Now, on the Democratic side, he doesn't spare that, lest you think this is pumping up the Democrats. On the Democratic side, AOCIA will likely do a presidential run and pretend to be the epic-based populist, and then inevitably lose to a Mayo Pete or Newsom, or most likely at this point seems Ossoff, who is the perfect candidate. Hassan approved already, a Zionist Jewish supremacist who made a few J Street-like noises, and that was already enough to get him the Hassan pass. And then AOCIA will happily endorse him and either get a VP spot or a cabinet position, and the pseudo-radical statues will be handed over to launder him. And whoever wins, as ever, Israel wins, Zionism wins, Jewish supremacism wins, and both Republicans and Democrats and their shills will lie that this continuation of their hegemony actually represents a radical epic break with it. That is the best political analysis on the interwebs right now. No notes. No notes. 10 stars.
10 out of 10.
That. Nailed it. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what's happening. So my advice, I understand, man. It's very tempting to look at Joe Kent and Tucker and all these people and say, oh, yeah, well, there's going to be alternative. That's what happened with Trump, man, if you're to be honest about it. I mean, a lot of people felt like, including ourselves, we never bought in, but we were like, yeah, I mean, at least our metaphor was always it's Russian roulette with one chamber empty. He seems to be anti-war, right? Meanwhile, they got shit out of him. It's not even a Republican thing. I can't imagine anyone else they could have gotten as much out of as they got out of Trump. You need someone that just absolutely amoral and not compromised. I don't know what he got up to on that island, but they got shit on that guy because he doesn't let it just be. He's the greedy part. That's just who he is. But the way he lets Netanyahu degrade him, the way he lets Zion just degrade him, they got something, man. They got something he cannot get out from under. No question about it. But yeah, you're being set up. You're being set up. You're being shepherded into supporting some kind of fake populist de facto right-wing candidacy that very much like the whole MAGA thing. A lot of people who are, left-ish are going to wind up saying, well, you know what? The Democrats, and, that might all be true of the Democrats, and it is.
Right.
It is. But that doesn't mean these people are a solution. They want you because they see the country getting very angry and embracing these socialists and these communists. They want to shepherd you into fascism. And that's essentially what that is. They want you to attach yourself to a version of populism that is essentially fascism that allows them to continue their project of creating a police state for you without interruption. That's what this is. So when you see people talk about, just like Zay Squirrel says, oh yeah, I'm telling you right now, man, because you can see them setting this up. Zay Squirrel is absolutely right. You're right after the midterms, man. You're gonna see all these noises about how it's gonna be that same rescue the Republic bullshit about how a coalition of outsiders is coming together, but they all just happen to be right wingers or right adjacent. I left the left types, and yeah, man, they're gonna get everybody all fired up, and then they're gonna shove Vance at you.
Yeah, I think that's true. And also, just like Tucker at the very beginning, he's sitting there and he's trying to explain to people, well, JD Vance really doesn't want this war, blah, blah, blah. He's going to do avoiding the unnecessary humiliation of losing the war. I'm sorry, Iran has already humiliated the United States. There's no coming back from that. So I don't know what you're going to recuperate in that sense. And then it's also just kind of crazy with that Daryl Cooper segment, and Tucker Carlson just doing, oh, really? I never knew that. How come I didn't know that? It also reminds me of one of my favorite interviews I've ever seen is Joe Rogan talking to Yeonmi Park, the North Korean lady. And she's just like, they only have...
That's where all the memes come out of.
Right. That's where all the memes come out of. She's like, North Korea only has one train and only one stop. And then there's no electricity. So everyone has to get out and push the train in a circle. Why in the fuck would they be pushing a train in a circle to go back to one stop?
Right. Yeah.
And then Joe Rogan just sits there and goes, oh, wow, I never knew that. And that's what it's designed to do. It's just like bullshit slop with no sourcing, no nothing, just outrageous stuff to sell you on things that no one has any idea about. And no one is going to bother to research it, so you might as well go along and believe it. Oh, yeah, billion Christians were killed in the Soviet Union. Candace Owens does that too. Crazy. I also, the other thing that I did see is I think that Emily Jasinski, I watched one of the Breaking Point segments, and she said that Joe Kent specifically stated that all of them went to Tucker Carlson's house to try to convince Tucker Carlson to run for president. I agree with you. I don't think he's going to do it. And as far as Zay Squirrel is concerned, I think Ossoff is the candidate that the centrists are going to coalesce around. He's young. Now you've got a whole bunch of Democrats that are very concerned about old men because of the whole Biden disaster and what that led them to. And everyone is really coalescing around, oh, look, he's young, he's handsome. And the Pod Save boys, oh my God, they love Ossoff. They're just like, oh, he's the best. So I think, I think Ossoff is going to be eventually who gets put up in 2028. Because I think Newsom has too much baggage. Newsom has way too much baggage behind him.
Yes, and they're going to be scared to run a gay dude, and they're going to see that as playing it safe. straight white guy with kind of like, you know, echoes of Kennedy-esque rhetorical skills and, you know, image.
Right.
And he's our creature, but he's good at pretending to be populist. So, you know.
And another thing, I can't
The White
remember.
Obama, Great White Hope.
Right. I can't remember who had said this. It might have been the Breaking Points people, but they were talking about like John Ossoff already has like camera crews following him around, like trying to get the good shots, and it has this angled, which they call the Obama angle and stuff like that. So yeah, I think that is a slow moving put Ossoff up eventually, and then AOC to endorse and to get the progressive left on board.
I could definitely see them making her the VP pick, or, you know, installing her or promising her a cabinet thing. Like, I think he nailed that. I agree with every word he said there. I think he's absolutely right. Okay, Jake, let's do that second ad. We got one more story about the Iran letter, which you all have probably heard about. All right, we hear a lot about crypto, but here's the part most people miss. Crypto was created so you could actually own and control your money. After the 2008 financial crisis, Bitcoin was designed as an alternative to banks. So instead of a bank holding your money, delaying transfers, or limiting access, you're in control. And if you've ever had to wait for a transfer to clear, you felt that problem. Now, fast forward to today, everyone's heard of crypto, but getting started still feels complicated. That's exactly why I use Rumble Wallet. And let me tell you, the technical problems that come with me using it, you probably won't have. It takes all that complexity and makes it simple. Choose what you want: Bitcoin, dollar-backed stablecoins, or even digital gold backed by real gold. No complicated setup. It connects with MoonPay, so you can use your credit card, debit card, and bank and be up and running in minutes. Once you're set up, you can even support your favorite Rumble creators like me directly. So do this now, scan the QR code, or click the link in the description and download Rumble Wallet. From there, you can set up your wallet, tap buy, and you're in the game. In just a few minutes, you can go from hearing about crypto to actually owning some. Yeah, the crypto has been coming back since Ray Diallo basically said to run to the gold in crypto. I hold some crypto. It's part of my diversification.
I wouldn't say make it your entire portfolio, but
it's a very small part of my portfolio. Like, very small. As soon as the Iran thing broke out, the crypto I kept, because again, it's like a smaller holding of mine. I pulled out of stocks, and that is not to be taken as financial advice. I could be proven completely wrong about that, but I did not feel although I will say this: I got out of gold right at the top. I think I missed the bottom though. Now it's kind of like midpoint back to where I originally sold it. All right, so let's take some of the chats. JMG, would you guys bring on one of those scientists who calculated 6-figure death tolls for Gaza so they can explain it? I mean, we would. We're doing a lot more interviews. In fact, this week we have 2 very big interviews coming up. We don't like to pre-announce who we're interviewing. One's a pre-tape, one's a live, but stay tuned. We have 2 very big interviews coming up. But yes, we're doing a lot more interviews now because we knocked out a stream. That's part of why we knocked out a stream.
Hey guys, they already told me it's Daryl Cooper.
Yeah, he would never. He blocked us.
Yeah.
Bring you to Green, yeah. The odds Vance called his grandfather Papa are about the same as Mumia actually signing the open letter equating U.S. and Iran state violence. That's a good point. He is in prison. 0744 Pete, dear Russ, I'm hoping that I never have to hear you speak the words warm, wet mouth again. So's Rodman. Also, Tusker rocks.
Thank you.
Andy Gardner, my neighbors just put up a Judas and a Pollock. my favorite. Soviet dishwasher, you guys need a Stalin. Start looking among bank robbers. Stalin was one. Yes, he was.
There we go.
Let's go over to our rants here. Ugly old broad says stuff. Oh, come on now. China bad. You know we've been propagandized that anything good for the people is communist and is bad. But anything good for everything is capitalist and good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nina Kant, corporations get special legal privileges regular people don't get under the trust they won't abuse prices and hurt the country. Violating that trust without punishment makes antitrust meaningless. Yep, well, that is where we are, my friend. Vianticus Prime, how long before we're at Zionism? One was crazy.
Crazy.
It was crazy. Vianticus Prime, wonder why I missed that about the co-conspirators. Ugly old broad says stuff. Trump's comments about Tucker's kitchen posse photo. Did Natalie come up with all that when she was in the trunk? We thought about doing that. I decided to stick with the serious stuff.
Yeah.
Ish. Stoop sign, with a tweet like that, it seems like Trump thinks in sharp left turns. Yeah, that last one, I think he dictated. The other one, I don't think he had a lot to do with. The one about the beef.
Well, apparently that Natalie lady
too complicated.
Apparently that Natalie lady is supposed to be the author of his Truth Socials. Like, that's kind of one of her roles.
I mean, I've seen video of him dictating his Truth Socials. So I think some of them are written by other people. That's why I'm saying the beef one, it got too into the weeds of detail for that to be him.
Like he doesn't know that.
But I think the Marjorie Taylor Greene one, I think that's him.
Yeah. Probably.
Kirk the 11, because no one would want to make him look as unhinged as that does. Who's working for him. Kirk the 11, me on the Great Wall in 2010. You're right, Russ. Few Westerners. Everyone had to get their photo with me at the top. At 6'2", I was a giant. My Chinese girlfriend was laughing, and she was a TV personality. Yeah, I mean, back then, there would have been people weren't as interested in me in Beijing and places like that. Yeah. More Westerners go there, not like Southeast Asia even now, but more. Once I went off the beaten path, which to my surprise included Shenzhen and Chongqing, I was surprised by that because all the content creators go there. So you would get the impression there's a lot of Westerners there. No, they're going there because it's good for clicks, but it's still not really traveled. I think it's partly because the tour companies have not caught up with the trends. They're not offering that. Like when you look at China tours, like the one I did for part of the trip, it's the classics. It's Beijing, it's Shanghai. I did that on my own, but usually they'll offer that, or sometimes Hong Kong, Chengdu, Xi'an, right? But they still do not go west. They really don't. So you got to go on your own, and I think a lot of Westerners are still intimidated to do that. Stoop sign. Glad that El Sayed leaned into criticizing the Pawpaw, daring them to call him anti-hillbilly emetic. Yeah, I mean, that's just really remarkable when you got a brown wife to talk like that. Like what? And where is that woman's self-esteem that she fucking stays married to this piece of shit? How does she do it? I hope my wife will see one day what he said about coming to Jesus.
Right.
Stoop sign. Can't blame JD. Can we really say we wouldn't reach around and try to slide our fingers in the crack of that wall? It is a pretty attractive wall. I'll give you that. Ugly and the way it dresses, it's just asking for it. Ugly old broad says stuff. JD Vance will pull off a better version of regular guy than Uncle Festerman. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he can still
sure.
talk.
But I mean, that's really the proverbial leper with the most fingers contest, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me just clean up my workspace before we get into the final segment of the evening, which Tusker is all over that one, man. She really wanted to do this one. All right. I'm just clearing out my videos, folks.
I just assumed the audience would want us to do it. It was all over the lefties' face.
Well, yeah, of course. No, it's trending. All right. 2 Iran's political prisoners trapped between 2 blades of a scissors. It's an open letter that appeared in The Guardian that shocked a lot of people, not only for its content, or even principally for its content, but for who signed it. August marks the anniversary of the 1988 mass executions in Iran, a horror that echoes in the country's current surge in death sentences. I don't think this is part of the letter. I think this is The Guardian's editorial
I think so too.
preface. It also marks the 19th August anniversary of the UK and US orchestrated coup against the Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh in 1953. Amid the current indiscriminate waves of US-Israeli military assaults against Iran, this letter of solidarity denounces the repression of the Iranian people and their political prisoners by forces both at home and abroad. So here is the letter. To our fellow activists, students, thinkers, workers, artists, what if you're a reactionary? It's not very inclusive. And other
Mossad agents.
Mossad agents. And other prisoner couch fuckers. And other prisoners of conscience held behind the walls of all detention centers across Iran. We write to you from a place of deep solidarity, our hearts heavy with the knowledge of the struggle you face within Iran's prisons, the torture, the systematic neglect, the enforced silence, and the brutal reality of sham trials and executions. As former and current political prisoners, activists, and scholars committed to the global project of abolition, anti-authoritarianism, and anti-imperialism, we see you across the distances of geography and the silence of censorship and internet blackouts. And we stand in solidarity with you as you are at the intersection of 2 sources of oppression. See? It's got intersectional in it. It's got to be intersectional. It's right in the name there. On one side, for anyone who says I only use that accent to punch down on rural people, that was for you. On one side, you face the Islamic Republic that from its inception enforced absolute social and political control based on exclusionary ideology. It is a system that claims to counter imperial power while using its very logic of domination and systems of carcerality, torture, and execution. On the other side, you face the aggression and violence of the very imperialist and Zionist forces the Islamic Republic purports to stand against. The U.S. and Israel instigate brutal wars, destroy civilian infrastructure, kill innocent schoolgirls, and treat you as collateral damage in their pursuit of regional dominance. Well, you know, that doesn't sound like they're purporting to stand against imperialism then, does it? Sounds like they're standing against it then, if that's how you would describe the people that they're fighting off. We remember the horror of 23rd June 2025 when Israel struck the Evin prison complex, flattening its hospital ward, transgender section. All right, so we're
Iran has a transgender section?
Yeah, that's
in prison?
interesting. Well, look, man, in this kind of postmodern meltdown between Marxism and that crazy woke one, they had to get in the words intersectional and transgender somewhere. Like, there's no way that you could be a self-respecting radical and write an open letter in the Guardian without working in transgender and intersectional. So now they've scored their woke points there. And visitor center. You best expose this dual oppression when you voice that you, quote, feel stuck between the two blades of a scissors, the evil regime that imprisons and tortures you, and a foreign force dropping bombs on your heads in the name of freedom. In the past year, we witnessed both blades of the scissor sharpen. We see the arbitrary arrests and the horrific wave of state executions. We see the deepening criminalization of the working class and unemployed, the targeting of Kurds, Arabs, and Balak, and the scapegoating of Afghan migrants, all desperate attempts to kill the spirit of people they cannot contain. This is the logic of carceral states everywhere. When they fail to address the crises people face, they simply attempt to criminalize or disappear the people themselves. We see the same logic of domination when Israel uses administrative detention to hold Palestinian political prisoners for years without charge. We see it when Israeli authorities celebrate a new law that allows them to execute the Palestinian political prisoners they cannot dominate. We see it in the ICE detention centers, where the U.S. government imprisons our people in the pursuit of a political agenda of racist exclusion, or detains our political activists for daring to speak against the U.S.-backed Israeli genocide. We see it in the history of the U.S. targeting freedom fighters, particularly Black, Indigenous, Puerto Rican, and other anti-colonial organizers, locking them away for decades to crush movements for national liberation and sovereignty. And we see the connections between these carceral systems sharing intelligence and governance techniques, such as when the USP Marion prison in Illinois became a blueprint for prisons built in Iran and Israel in the 1960s. Oh, hang on. So who was running Israel in the 1960s?
Who was running Iran in the 1960s?
Yeah, who was running Iran in the 1960s? Wasn't that the US-backed Shah who built those prisons? So it wasn't the current regime. You see, they don't mention that. They don't mention those prisons were built under the brutal dictatorship of the Shah that we supported. Whether it is a border wall or a prison gate, the goal is the same: to silence people through fear, domination, and isolation. Your struggle is as global as our collective dreams of freedom and dignity. We stand with you, and we reject the false binary of imperialism and hollow anti-imperialism. We invite global. We invite real. So that's not a choice, huh? It's a false choice. Imperialism and anti-imperialism are a false choice. You can kind of have both, I guess. We invite global civil society and anti-imperialist activists and organizations to extend their unconditional support and solidarity to all incarcerated kin fighting for our collective liberation, to build relationships with Iranian political prisoners and uplift their voices, to put pressure on the Islamic Republic by challenging its narrative, and to call upon that government to immediately stop all the executions and free all political prisoners, even the ones that work for the United States. The Iranian authorities must stop their inhumane practice of death and incarceration now. And the U.S. and Israel must end their barbaric wars and brutal sanctions that knowingly devastate our communities. In solidarity and with love. All right, so here's some of the people on this list that really stand out. Angela Davis, although she doesn't really stand out. I mean, she's basically been a DNC ass kisser for decades. They broke her a long time ago. Bernadine Dorn, for anyone who doesn't know, she was kind of the queen of the weather underground. Bill Ayers, you might remember, became a big topic of conversation in the 2008 election because he was able, unlike black activists and Black Panthers who got illegally searched by the FBI, Bill Ayers came from money, as did all the people in the weather underground pretty much. So they were able to get him out of trouble and get him a nice cushy position as a professor of education. So in his capacity as a state senator, Obama knew him and worked with him. So Sarah Palin made a lot of hay of how Obama palled around with terrorists. Judith Butler, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. She's one of the authors of the World of Infinite Genders. If I'm missing anybody as I go, feel free to jump in.
I'll jump in.
Mumia Abu Jamal, a lot of people who is still in prison today for a police shooting that it's widely believed he did not commit. Rashid Khalidi surprises me. What did he write? 100 years of...
the 100 years, the 100 years war on Palestine. I've got it on a bookshelf.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he agreed to sign on to that. Another one a lot of people have pointed out is Robin D.G. Kelly. Being on there. So this is Charlotte Cates. The sole purpose of the letter is to disrupt the growing global solidarity with the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Iranian people. That is, to restore the status quo in which speaking about Iran positively was daunting or frightening to many in the West due to the consequences. There is a long history of pro-imperialist both sides interventions signed by ostensibly radical Western intellectuals. There is also a long history of signatories of statements in defense of Iran, Venezuela, Syria, and others being targeted for social/employment consequences. In many ways, the letter isn't really worth all the attention it's getting because it's just another largely unremarkable entry in the neither Washington nor its targets category. Nonetheless, the widespread rejection of this attempt itself demonstrates Iran's victory. That is true. You're not seeing a lot of people buying this bullshit. If anything, it has just come back on the people who signed it. From Max, this ridiculous letter is the obvious product of remnants of the ISO/Haymarket pro-NATO clique. Many of the signatories are associated with this insidious Trotskyist cell. Among them is Yassin al-Haj Salah, a former communist turned U.S. government informant who was listed as strictly protect in leaked State Department cables. Salah was the guru of the Western left Syria regime change cheerleaders who insisted the NATO-sponsored dirty war on Damascus was a progressive revolution and successfully divided the Palestine Solidarity Movement for several years by organizing smear campaigns and boycotts of anyone who mentioned that the CIA was arming the rebels or warned that al-Qaeda warlords would be first to take power if Assad was removed. I suspect a small cell of ideologically zealous Trotskyists convinced a collection of relatively clueless, over-the-hill academic and abolitionist icons to lend their names to this letter, correctly assuming they'd be too intellectually lazy to consider the ulterior pro-war agenda behind it. At no point did any of the signatories play any role at all in resisting the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Now they form the left cover for its perpetuation. Now, this is obviously something that I've educated myself a lot more on. We had Joel Whitney on a couple of weeks ago to talk about this. This is old stuff They've been doing this since after the Cold War. When they first formed the CIA, a big part of what they did was organize so-called leftists and radicals in order to usher the more educated classes into a pro-capitalist form of leftism that would not threaten capital, would not threaten the underlying agenda of the establishment. And they, from there, expanded out and apply this technique everywhere. I mean, it was so obvious that that's what this was when this letter came out. It's exactly what they used to do with the American Committee. There's all in Joel's book, Finks. It's exactly what they did. They got these leftists who would be respectable to the bourgeois, who were NYU professors, who were writers, who were editors, and they got them all together basically to support American foreign policy. That's exactly what this is. There's an old story. You know, we actually heard from Richard Wright's daughter was actually upset about the interview that we did with Joel.
Really?
But, yo, man, I mean, the facts are the facts. Like, he might have regretted his role. A lot of them did later on. Sure. I didn't beat up on him. I quoted him as saying all these left organizations were infiltrated, something he was obviously very frustrated by, but that's just the fact, man. You have these radicals have been used this way since the 50s. Do you want to say anything before I go on?
Sure. Well, no, I'll wait. I'll hold.
Okay. Ali Abu Nima is not as forgiving as Max. Max gives them the out of being ignorant and lazy. They knew exactly what they were doing. I'm curious about who instigated this execrable pro-imperialist screed and why at this moment. The reaction, however, is heartening. From what I've seen, it has failed to produce the divisions and doubts its authors undoubtedly hoped for. That is true. Jamu Baraka. No one is above criticism. The radical Black liberation movement that I am a part of sees the letter for what it is, an imperialist collaboration. Just at a moment of U.S. strategic defeat, by now leading the anti-imperialist nation on the planet, this BS emerges. Yeah, of course. Of course. Now, this has probably gotten the most attention, and deservedly so. Lays it out very well. This is Carlos at Agent of Change. The Guardian has published an open letter to Iran's political prisoners signed by Angela Davis, Mumia Abu Jamal, Rashid Khalidi, Robin D.G. Kelly, Ruth Wilson Gilmore, Judith Butler, Walden Bello, among others. These are not people to be dismissed lightly. Several have given their lives to the anti-imperialist and Black liberation movements, and one of them is writing from inside a U.S. prison. I take no pleasure in disagreeing with them, but the letter is wrong and plays an objectively harmful role. Its central image is the two blades of a scissors, the Islamic Republic on one side, U.S. and Israeli imperialism on the other, with the Iranian people crushed between them. It inserts a symmetry between the world's major imperialist power and an anti-imperialist state that has never invaded another country and which has stood consistently with the oppressed, from Palestine to South Africa to Venezuela. The load-bearing phrase is this: we reject the false binary of imperialism and hollow anti-imperialism. Exactly how hollow is Tehran's anti-imperialism? For 4 decades, while almost every Arab government made its accommodation with Washington and Tel Aviv, Iran armed, funded, and sustained the Palestinian resistance. It refused normalization when the Abraham Accords put enormous inducements on the table. It has absorbed 40 years of sanctions, assassinations of scientists, sabotaged infrastructure, and now an open war of aggression rather than abandon that position. The states that normalized are not being bombed. Hollow anti-imperialism is a communique and a hashtag. Iran's anti-imperialism has been measured in the blood of 168 Manab schoolgirls. in the bombing of its hospitals and oil depots. One can vehemently disagree with aspects of Iran's domestic politics, but the question at hand is, where do we stand in the global struggle against imperialism? What side of the barricade are we on? Do we support a criminal war of aggression waged by the US and Israel, or do we support the resistance to that war? Do we support genocide in Gaza, or do we support the country that has been the Palestinian resistance's most consistent ally for decades? The letter dissolves the distinction entirely. It asks us to refuse the choice. But in a war of aggression, there is no third position available because only one party benefits from your neutrality, and it's not the party being bombed. The letter appears in a British newspaper 6 months into a U.S.-Israeli war at the precise moment when Washington cannot win militarily and needs the political terrain softened. It recycles a familiar vocabulary: sham trials, systematic torture, the targeting of minorities, without sourcing in the genre that has preceded and accompanied every single regime change war. Yes. Whatever the signatories intended, that is the function it will serve, making the moral case for war. Angela Davis was imprisoned by a state that told the world she was a terrorist. Mumia Abu-Jamal is imprisoned by that state today. These are people who know exactly what happens when an empire manufactures the moral case for crushing its enemies. They would not have signed half a century ago a letter denouncing both blades of the scissors, COINTELPRO on one side and the Black Panther Party on the other. Progressive and anti-war forces have a duty to support Iran against war, sanctions, regime change plots, and destabilization. And Margaret Kimberly responded to this. These are not people to be dismissed lightly, in quotes. That may have been true before today, but it isn't any longer. This is a moment to clearly choose sides in opposing U.S. imperialism. This letter is nonsense, liberal gobbledygook. What is hollow anti-imperialism? What are they claiming is a false binary? Iran has defended itself and stood firm as other nations in the region have taken a dive for the U.S. and Israel. It isn't imperialist. What are these people even talking about? At this moment in history, as the U.S. prepares to deport 350,000 Haitians, as Israel continues its killing spree, they choose to denounce Iran. They don't even mention that Israel has assassinated Iran's scientists and that the U.S. Treasury Secretary bragged about crashing Iran's economy, and the U.S. supplied mobs with weapons to kill Iranians and destabilize that country. How do you write a letter about Iran and not mention the murder of 165 people at the school in Manab? How do you make any comparison at all between Iran and apartheid Israel? The very idea is offensive. The signatories of this letter have lost varying degrees of credibility, regardless of what else they have done in their lives. Then again, people like Angela Davis have lived off of undeserved reputations for decades. She doesn't have far to fall. I met Margaret Kimberly at Shama's book reading downtown. That was one based lady, man.
Yeah, I like Margaret.
So this is probably the first of many to come. RDG Kelly here decided to try to step back from this letter. I don't know. I didn't know what I was doing. I was drunk.
Today is my wedding anniversary, but I'm posting this because I feel an urgent need to let people know that I have taken my name off of the letter purporting to be a statement of anti-imperialist solidarity with political prisoners. That was my mistake. The circumstances in which we were asked to sign that letter were a bit shaky. What appeared, in print wasn't exactly what I had initially seen, but I take full responsibility for that. That's the meaning of mea culpa, mea culpa. So with that, I hope people can forgive me and all those who signed it. Know my politics are crystal clear. And, you know, I want to just be able to enjoy the next 2 days with my wife before I go back to work.
So this was one of the responses. After days of criticism for signing this letter, now you withdraw your name. What specifically were you wrong about in the letter? Because it would let us know your true worldview and understanding of Iran. Yeah, notice it doesn't explain what he was wrong about or what was in the letter that he didn't know about. And then Joe Emmersberger. Okay, apologizing for the letter is way better than not apologizing, but this is so cringe. Did he film this while on a cruise? Looks like a skit mocking champagne socialists. Sure does. Sure does. And I think that's part of how you wind up signing a letter like this. There's something I know a lot of people don't want to acknowledge. They don't want to see it because it's just a depressing thing to look at. Look, man, there are a lot of money, status, prestige, incentives in political activism. And if you become a prominent activist, a lot of opportunities are going to present themselves to you. And one thing leads to another, right? You know, you got a publisher now, you got an agent. Maybe they won't like it if you don't sign a letter like this, right? You get massaged, man. A lot of these people get massaged. Now, Angela Davis, as Margaret Kimberly points out, yeah, she's been like this for a long time. Again, Judith Butler, I mean, I don't know why anyone would be surprised about her signing that. But yeah, it does show you, and it goes back to a lot of what I've been talking about since I got back from Asia. You don't have a real left here. Look, these are your leaders. These are your leaders that are going to sign a letter like that about Iran. Hey, you didn't read it. I don't want to hear that shit. You put your name on it. You read it, and if you didn't read it, that's even worse. Oh yeah, sure. CIA, put my name on it and put it.
Yeah,
in
you just heard the title of the letter and you went, I'll sign up for that. Like, I mean, it's even dumber if you're claiming that you didn't read it. I would never sign my name to a letter that I didn't read in full.
Well, they're lying. They read it. These people all have, look, I'm just at what I would consider the beginning of an education of how much the intelligence services have manipulated politics and culture post World War II. These guys are mostly experts at a level that I probably will never be. I'm not an academic. I'm not going to sit there and dig into it to that level. So you know exactly what this is. You know what this is when they hand you a letter to denounce Iran at a moment like this. You know the history of them deploying that against communist countries, and not even always communist countries. Sometimes just countries that don't toe our foreign policy line. Obviously, we don't give a shit what Iran's government is. We're what the countries surrounding Iran are Jeffersonian democracies that we're allies with. Saudi Arabia, Qatar. If they had signed the Abraham Accords and they bent the knee, they would not be getting bombed right now. That country, by definition, is fighting off imperialism, and it is the only country in that region that has been willing to finance and support the Palestinian resistance. All of the other Arab and Muslim countries in that region have all bent to Israel and the United States. There's not a one person whose signature was on that letter, except maybe Judith Butler. I don't even know what the fuck she's doing on there. But the rest of it, don't you have a fucking sport to ruin? Like, what are you doing on there? But the rest of them, you got to know that history. Why would you be on a letter like this?
Yeah. So what I went through, and I just did a simple Wikipedia glance at every single one of these people that participated in this. There were quite a few, I want to say 5 or 6 people that were members of Trotskyite organizations. It's always the Trotskyites that come out and say,
all right, do me a favor. Explain that for anyone who doesn't understand what that means, really.
So, so basically, this is an old fight. Like, Trotsky lost being the successor after Stalin. And then most of the Trotskyites broke off and they literally led the charge. They came up with the phrase, neither Washington nor Moscow. That originates from them. So it's like, basically, well, we're not capitalists, but screw the socialists that are actually building socialism in a country. And they stand from the side and say, well, we would do things better and more different from the side. Basically is what I'm saying with that. It was a rejection of Lenin's phrasing of imperialism. And then, so you have quite a few, like if I go down this list, like this Alberto Toscano guy, he was a Trotskyite. Angela Davis, she studied under whenever she was young. I mean, we're talking about before. Like all these people, like, I'm so surprised Angela Davis would do that. Why? She studied under Herbert Marcuse, who was part of the Frankfurt School that was funded by the CIA. That's who she studied under. Okay, so I'm not at all surprised by Angela Davis. People shocked by that. The Bernardine Dorn, you're talking about the Weather Underground, kind of radical things. This Hassam el-Halami guy, the Egyptian socialist, also a member of a Trotskyite organization. He was against Assad. He was against I sent you a screenshot in email over that type of stuff. And then you got Jason Stanley, who sees fascism fucking everywhere except from his own country and how it behaves towards other people. You've got Keonga Taylor. She's, she writes about capitalism and gender and race and, all this other type of stuff. Still doesn't understand imperialism. There's this Michael Mansfield guy. He's considered the king of human rights. He's some British guy, if you just go down this entire list, I think the Ghassan el-Hajj Salah, the Syrian writer, well, Nafello, also kind of part of anti-communist left groups. So it's just, these people are very easy to spot just from what they do. These guys are academics. They write all these kinds of books on capitalism and all that stuff, but they have never understood the vital role that imperialism plays in capitalism and how it is that capitalism forces or wants to force other countries into subjugation to control their markets and to keep those countries underdeveloped. That is the entire point. They can't have a free market economy where Iran can be treated as an equal nation. They can't have it. And so that's the entire point. A little bit of a rant.
They not understand it, or are they compromised? Because when you look at the American committee, they were compromised. They worked for intelligence.
I don't know. I think probably a lot of them are very sincere people, but they get scared away from USSR bad, China bad. And so they don't want to be seen as one of the bad lefties. They don't want to be seen as one of those guys. And so they would rather make their money off their books, be invited to all the clubs, be invited to all the speakers. Almost all of these people that have published books, they've all been published by that Haymarket group, which Max called out. I used to have a subscription to their book club. And you know what all those things were? Is a bunch of distractions. I had a lot of those books. Whenever I moved out of my apartment, I gave away most of my Haymarket books because I could just look at them. I was like, this is not important. This does not tackle the main issues of the day, which is ending imperialism and helping nations that are being colonized to have their liberation movements. That's what actual anti-colonial struggle is. It's having countries that are able to have whatever political system they want, have the sovereignty and their ability to engage with the world in a fair and equal way. And we don't want that to happen as the capitalist hegemon.
All right. So we're going to get into the final chats. Okay. And just reading from Jake. All right. So folks, start lining up. Start coming in. We're going to read the final chats and then we'll go over. Kevin G, Joe Rogan. Whoa, Shirley, bright, brilliant kid. 0744 Pete, trans is fairly popular in Iran. It's a bit of a workaround to avoid the illegality of homosexuality. I've heard some things like that, not about Iran specifically. but I don't know how true it is. Regeneration News. Being gay is illegal in Iran, so gay men are often coerced by the state into gender reassignment surgery. That might explain the trans wing of the jail. Oh, well, look, man. I mean, you could probably win over all of these radicals if Iran were to offer free trans care, right? That's it.
Maybe.
That's it. Brynja Tigrinya. Leftist signatories deceived by the same country whose courts deceived a jury about terrorism designations until after the verdict came in. That went over my head. Do you get that?
I don't. I'm sorry. Bring it to Green.
Until after the verdict came in. Yeah. Over my head. Over my head. I read it twice. All right. Monkey Rotary. I am late as usual, but I am glad I got to see Tusker, the only ginger with a soul. That's funny. Oh, George. Tusker is here. Yes, this is perfect. Due Dissidence Communist Edition. I will enjoy it. All right, Conehead. V. Nettlesbaum. Here's 20 bones for Tusker. No reason, just enjoy.
Heck yeah.
Buy yourself something pretty. Stoop sign. Kind of amazing that Iran is progressive enough to have a transgender prison wing. We don't have that. We don't have that anywhere. Well, now under this administration, I guess not. Also a visitor center. Nothing like good, clean trans prisoner scissoring. Yeah. That was the original plot of Fatal Attraction. Ajafari. In Iran, they cannot accept a gay man, but they will accept that he's really supposed to be a woman, not a reason to bomb them or blow up their kids, but their prejudice is real and unfortunate. Sure.
Yeah.
I'd
rather those kids stay alive to figure out if they're trans or not.
Yes, exactly. Kenman G. Guardian letter explains why the left never wins. Well, the CIA has won. Like that is really what I'm arguing. Like, if you want to start to build a left, a real left, you have to acknowledge that the left as it exists today is an invention of the CIA, and you have to step back and rethink the whole thing and disown a lot of what exists now. Kevin G. I will die happy if people accept that the Guardian sucks. A lot of people have come around to that, honestly. Rochi Boy, the Guardian mustn't be aware of the thousands of UK pensioner dissidents facing terrorism charges and indefinite detention for the crimes of holding cardboard with forbidden words. Free Palestinian. Yeah, man. You know who else doesn't seem to pick up on that? All these right-wing free speech warriors don't seem to pick up on that. You ever see Alex Jones talk about how they're going after Richard Medhurst? I never heard him talk about that. Never heard any of these people talk about that. Ugly Old Broad says stuff. Hey, everyone. I removed my name from that letter so you'll stop harassing me. I can't get it up for my old lady on our lovely anniversary vacay if I'm worried about who I pissed off. Yeah. You're supposed to feel bad for him because he's on his anniversary cruise. You know, I bet would love to be on an anniversary cruise. The Iranians who are getting bombed right now. Yeah, they'd love it. Okay, so I think that is everything. All right, folks. Thank you very much.
I think we have a few more super chats that you might want to check.
Oh, do we? More came in?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Oh, yeah, we got two more. All right. Green Monday. USSR under Stalin was bad. It was totalitarian state capitalism. Nothing socialist about it. I'm fighting words, man. You know what I got, Tusker?
If you say so.
You know what I got, Tusker, over in China?
Oh, do you want me to bring it out? You want me to show people?
Yeah, show them. Yeah, show them.
Okay. You'll have to explain it, though.
All right. So that's not a picture. That's actually needlepoint. That is a hand-sewn picture of Stalin. I got it at an antique shop on a side street in Yangzhou. As soon as I saw it, I said, that has got Tusker's name written all over it. Richard Namulala, our prisons are for profit. Iran prisons are to save you mean revolution?
Yes, most likely.
Yep. All right. So those are the last ones. Folks.
Oh, I like this. I like that comment. How much communism did that needlepoint cost?
I mean, those guys did well off me. I got my favorite wall art from Asia. I got like an antique scroll, one of those scroll paintings from there. I'll say, remind me next time. I'll show you guys a picture of that. It's, you know, when you're going to see it when I start doing live streams for Russ on the Road, because it's in my office. All right, folks. Thank you very much for joining us. I will be back with the K-Man on Thursday. We have a very, very special guest that day. I'm not going to announce it now. And if you are joining us on the other side, Tusker, you're going to hang out? I'm sure a lot of people
I'll hang out for a little bit
for you. All right, cool. All right, so you can join us with Tusker, but if you are going to sign off here, thank you for being a wonderful co-host as always.
Thank you, everyone, for having me. I'm looking forward to Keaton being back as well.
All right. You have to say, be safe, be well.
Oh, be safe and be well.
Courage!
Comrades.
Please clap.